So I gotta be honest, I can't believe it either. Of all the things it could have been, of all the games we could have switched to, and it has to be one that might have the least amount of excitement surrounding it, honestly. But damn it, I'm a man. I'm a man of my word. I know. I can't believe it either. But we are here. NHL 26, which, as you can tell, is pretty much dead because NHL 27 is right around the corner. But we have a couple of days, right? We have a couple of days until NHL 20. It's like 2 weeks until NHL 27's out, which is nuts. But we have a couple of days in between NBA's release as well, which means now is the perfect time to fit in what I need to do as a man of my word when someone cashes in 500K channel points for a series of their own, which is exactly what has happened as we say thank you to Monty for the 31 months. Monty, thank you so much, as always. So yeah, this was a channel point cash-in by Taker a month or two ago. I told you, sometimes it'll take us a little bit to get there. But damn it, we're there. The name of the game is deleting a save file. I guess oh god, I don't even remember some of these playthroughs. I think the Caps were some of my test franchises. I don't even remember. The name of the game is Milbury Mode. I'm waiting to hit 1 million channel points before I cash it. Damn. The name of the game is Milbury Mode. And in terms of what that entails, we'll get into that momentarily for those who know and for those who do not know. But based off of these specific requests, it was a Taker. Actually, you're right. It might have been a big gifted sub bomb instead of channel points. But regardless, we are going to be doing a 33rd team expansion with the last Vasi Tactics Tugi roster on Xbox, which came out early to mid July. So it will have a lot of, a lot of the moves. And per Taker's request, we are bringing back the Quebec Nordiques. It's not my choice. The Quebec Nordiques are back. Vasi Tactics Tugi. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Although I am a hell of a consultant, let me tell you. Let me tell you. But Quebec will be our home base for this. We can just have the Burnaby Aces as our AHL team. I don't want to bother, really, in regards to the AHL team. I don't care. And we will be moving ourselves to the Atlantic Division. Beyond that, owner mode off, contract year is on. You always want to do that with an expansion draft, of course. And so here's the name of the game. We are going to be alternating seasons of Control. For one season, we are talking until the Stanley Cup is awarded, and then until it's awarded again, I will be in full control of the team. The second the Stanley Cup is awarded, my tenure ends for a calendar year, and auto-signing free agents, head coach edit lines, auto staff managements. If we get a trade offer, we have to accept it because the AI is the one that's going to be setting up the trade block. That is how that will go for the calendar year, and that will be Mike Milbury's tenure, of course known as one of the worst GMs of all time, which is where this type of playthrough initially started. So, year on and year off, correct. So obviously, a lot of this is going to be me having to fix the AI's mistakes, but I'm also not going to play it in cheap fashion, if that makes sense. So I'm not going to bother being like, okay, well, let me trade all of my draft picks so that the AI can't do that. Like, I'm gonna play it like I would normally play a franchise mode without being overly cheap, and we'll see how that plays out as well. So naturally, the question is, owner mode on for the extra challenge? Because GM firing, and then you got to turn that off, and fuck owner mode. So naturally, the question is, well, who gets control of this team first? For Season 1, we are talking expansion draft, supplemental draft, first year free agency, so on and so forth. Is it more fun for me to have to fix the AI's mess, or for the AI to screw me over the second I have to give them control? And Taker, this was your series. You get to decide. Do I get to control the expansion draft, or does the AI get to control the expansion draft? I'm so glad you're here, because otherwise, yeah, I would have left it up to a vote. But, you know. So, Taker, it is your choice. I know you're in Twitch right now, so in the old Twitch chat, what should happen is for you to be even worse and crazier than the AI. I don't know if that's possible, man. Have the AI control year 1. There it is. There it is. So, auto staff management, auto sign free agents. Player morale is going to be on because I hate myself. And Seattle will not be exempt from this expansion draft. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. So the AI gets to control year 1. I do think that's likely what I would have gone with as well. But, you know. Chat GP2, right? Let's go ahead. That's fine. Injuries we'll put off because most people are just annoyed by them being on in the first place. Of course, auto scouting is going to be on the entire time. Trade difficulty is on hardest. That's what it's looking like. God help me. Waiver notifications, trade offer notifications have to be on. I'm not worried about the head coach firing. Draft class quality, prospect quality will drop down for the first couple of years because we have all of the, upcoming prospects and stuff like that. Head coach edit lines stays on for year number 1. Are you playing a pair of twin brothers as GM and nobody can tell the difference? Basically, yeah. Pretty much. That is probably the canon way that we would think of this, I would think. I think we're good from there, right? That was pretty much the main thing to change. Okay. Well, let this challenge begin. Alternating years of control. And the AI has control of the team. Old Michael Milbury has control of the team for year 1. There is nothing I can do about it. Shout out to King Cider for the 37 months. Welcome back. How's your face? Aside from handsome. Please name your GM Twin Magic. I really should have. Morale meetings are irrelevant. Head coach firing. Okay. Yeah, we should be good. Again, something there. Yeah, it's the minor league head coach was the one I couldn't see from the other screen. Okay. Fair enough. Milbury Mode. Oh, the worst wrestling theme of all time. All right, let's find out what Mike is going to do for this expansion draft. I can't wait to see. Also, we will have the 5th overall pick in that extra bonus draft. Fair enough. So we could auto-draft it, but it's more exciting, I think, to see who is available on each team and then see who he chooses, right? So, available from Anaheim, let's be honest, Frankie Vetrano is going to be on this team. God forbid he takes Jeff Malott, who's acting as a cap whale, to make their roster work, which is funny because now they don't even have the cap space IRL to do what they have to do. Unless there's a good goalie available, let's be honest, He would probably take Frankie Vetrano. I don't know if I would. I might even take, like, Kelly Klang just to get somebody on the roster, you know? Boston, Zador. He'll probably take Zadorov. I mean, regardless, Zadorov, I still can't believe that Will Borgen contract. Oh my god. Yoki Haryu's, you know. Again, I would probably cheap out with a goalie like Mikey DiPietro, but my guess is it'll be Zadorov. Buffalo has Zucker, Samuelson, Logan Stanley's out there, which is kind of nuts. Final, what's going on, man? What's going on? Actually, in fairness, we might have been able to do this without the bonus year, but you know what? I don't really care. You know, Kopeka Luukkonen might be the right pick from Buffalo. Calgary, Backlund, or Ryan Strome, maybe even Farabee. Honestly, Backlund might be the right pick. He might be the right pick. Now that I think about it, we might actually want to restart this without that extra year. Normally, the extra year makes sense, but that does add an extra year to the Backlund deal, which doesn't need to be added. So, because I was factoring in EA's nonsense, turns out we don't need to rely on this. So those picks are irrelevant, and I will actually restart this file really quickly, and we'll get back to the draft. But, yeah, because of the custom roster, it's actually not necessary, so go figure. Go figure. There is no way that says we drafted Cale Makar. Now, that would be insane about time we ended up with Cale Makar. That would be bonkers, but... Alright. Hello? Is that going to delete that file, please? Thank you. Thank you. I'm subscribed to... you know, Top Hat, hey. It's not the worst thing in the world to be like, hey, I watched this YouTuber for this content that I didn't think I'd be interested in. Tom, I know it's crazy, isn't it? Thank you for the 71, though. Welcome back. Cale Makar. Makar. Alright. Well, at least we know the setup now this time, right? And this time we can actually name ourselves Twin Magic then. This time we can name ourselves Twin Magic. How do you like that? How do you like that? Alright, and then Quebec, back over to the Atlantic. So we don't need to add the extra year. Owner mode will be off because it's just not fucking worth it. Oh, let's see. Salary cap is fine. Edit lines will be on. That'll be on. That'll be on. Player morale's on. Computer trade's on. Seattle's not exempt. Beautiful. And no, they don't. It's just a lot of custom teams. It'd be nice if they did, but yeah, it's just a bunch of custom teams. Alright. Injuries off, again, because I don't hate myself that much. Really, it's I don't hate you guys that much. I should. You give me plenty of reason to, but like and subscribe. Waiver notification. Trade. Don't need the head coach. Firing. Low, medium, high. Low. Everything's good there. Advanced settings. That's where we just were. Gameplay sliders. Just in case we ever actually see this team in the playoffs. Who knows? Maybe Milbury will win a Stanley Cup in Season 1. Maybe he will. He might be good enough to do just that. He might be. Do not doubt the magic of one Michael Milbury. Don't doubt the magic. Do not. Didn't he take it to the second round here one last time? I think so, yeah. He's been okay before. Warrior, I mean, this was a money series, so nothing's canceling it. Oh, God, Fallout Boy. Let's not. Ugh, 2010's Fallout Boy, I'm good. Alright, waivers, waiver notifications. We're just double checking everything. They sure did, Warrior. They sure did. So it is what it is, what it is. Nothing canceling it except more money. All right. All right. So take 2 of this draft. We ended up with the 4th pick in that extra draft instead of the 5th pick this time. That's fine. So let's double check then some of these teams and what they look like. So Anaheim, it actually gets even worse because Vetrano's not there. You do get Nikita Nestorenko. But yeah, this way Jeff Malott only has the 1 year. That makes a lot more sense. Maybe we will take Jet Wu. Goalie, Husso, Klang. We'll probably end up with a goalie from Anaheim is my guess. Boston, it still is Zadorov, Borgen, Yoki Haru, Jeannot, DiPietro in goal. Buffalo would be Zucker, Samuelson, Logan Stanley's now on an expiring contract like he should be. Luukkonen could still be the goalie. And then Calgary, yeah, the 1 year of Backlund, then the extension. Shout out to the 260 and 100 streams in a row, respectively, which is nuts. Hammer, it is difficult. It is difficult, but if you need further elaboration, I got you. Who do we have goalies? Cooley and Prosvetov. All right, Carolina. Please take Svechnikov. Please. If he takes like Jesperi Kotkaniemi, I'm gonna be very cross here. Svechnikov, Keandre Miller, those are the only 2 options. Maybe Kochetkov, but ideally it needs to be Svech or Miller, please God. Chicago, another cap whale, Matt Grzelcyk. So I mean Wyatt Kaiser would be the ideal choice. Maybe Arvid Soderblom, but really it's Sergachev for sure. Maybe it's Wyatt Kaiser, hopefully. Colorado! My God. Why on earth wouldn't he be protected? Why on earth? Milbury, I swear to God if you don't take him. I swear to God if you don't take him. Apparently we're going to get a franchise cornerstone right out of the gates. Unless Milbury doesn't take him. Imagine he takes Wedgwood instead. Imagine. Nick Waugh, come on down. Columbus. Damon Severson, Dante Fabro, Matt Olivier. Okay. Merzlikins, Copley. Ugh, I'd have the Avs protect him. There must be enough other clauses, right? IRL, that would be a situation where they would pay us to not take him, basically. Which I would still say, no, I'm taking Cale Makar. Dallas. Oh, my God. Wyatt Johnston or Thomas Harley Thomas. As long as the AI doesn't screw this up, we should have some decent players out of the gates. Which is nuts. So again, the gist of this challenge is AI gets control for a year, I get control of a year, and we alternate until we win, hopefully. Detroit, Patrick Kane, of course, still carries over. His deal's up at the end of the year. Please don't take Ben Sherratt. Please don't take Ben Sherratt. Please. Even Cam Talbot would be better than Ben Sherratt. Edmonton. Well, no Connor McDavid, but Connor Murphy. Adam Henrique. Ryan Shea. Some okay choices. Do not take Tristan Jarry. Do not. Look at the goalies that are available from Edmonton, though. Jesus. Devin Levi, Emil Vinny. Especially Emil Vinny, please. You know we're going to end up with, like, Vasily Podkolzin from them. Florida, Brad Marchand, Nico Mikkola, Eetu Luostarinen. All right, I mean, there's some options. Bruins legend John Beecher. And every single goalie known to man. I'm not quite sure who I'd take out of that group. Probably Marchand, right? Then again, he'll retire pretty early, so maybe Luostarinen, I don't know. Los Angeles, please. Please. Please let the AI be smart here. Please. Please. Adrian Kempe and Quentin Byfield are right there. God help me if we end up with Drew Doughty. If you win year 1, challenge over? Yep. And you never know, we might, based on the players available. Oh my god. Montreal would be after Minnesota. So there's that. Why is Marchand on a 6-year deal? Because he is in real life. They signed him for a very, very long time. People were very mad about it. Minnesota with Jared Spurgeon. Blake Coleman, Ryan Hartman. Olimata. Yeah, it's going to leave themselves with no cap space. That's my concern. Obvious choice here, Michael. Obvious choice. Obvious choice here, Mr. Milbury, please. Montreal with Patrick Laine's expiring deal. God, Josh Anderson, Kirby Doc, Struble, Jack-Eye in goal, Capo Kakinen. I mean, Patrick Laine, I guess, would be okay. Nashville, our boy Nick Hague. You got Luke Evangelista. Okay, Evangelista or Maverick Bourque would be really nice. Which means that's not who we're going to end up with. Warrior, that's phenomenal. Eustace Annunen, the other Matt Murray. Evangelista or Bourque, please. I would also accept Nick Hague, but, like, there's an obvious choice there. New Jersey, another obvious choice. Dougie Hamilton's right there. And you got Brett Pesce, Stefan Nason, Evan Rodriguez. I mean, Dougie's the choice, man. Come on. He's got to be. The Islanders with noted 88 overall in NHL 27, Ryan Bullock. Okay. Braden Shen, Paul Mary. I mean, regardless, what are we getting from the Islanders? Reduced cap space. That's what we're getting. Goalie, Varlamov, and Vanacek. Oof. Rangers with Dursey, Schneider, Radish, Joe Veleno, Ty Cartier. What do you got for goalies? Korpisalo and Dylan Garand. Not the best options in the world. Braden Schneider would be good because he'd still be an RFA. What do you got from Ottawa? Warren Fogle, Ridley Gregg. Ridley Gregg would be good. Jordan Spence would be okay too. Fabian Zetterlund would also be nice. Goalies, boo. And then there's also Ersan and Marilainen. Still can't believe the Leafs managed to flip Sam Ersan. That's insane. The Philadelphia Flyers. Christian Dvorak. Rasmus Ristolainen. Drysdale could be okay. Goalie Joe Wall. Okay. Okay. What about Pittsburgh? Anthony Mantha. Gerard, Brazeau. I mean, Nick Robertson would be pretty nice. Who do they have in goal? Blomqvist and Gauthier. Drysdale's 23. It feels like he's been around for 10 years, right? I think he's 24 now, isn't he? But still. Yeah, he feels like he's been in the league for a decade. San Jose. Dmitry Orlov. John Klingberg. Nick Leddy. Not my favorite contract selections. Goalie would be Comrie, Nedeljkovic, or Skarik. Seattle, Adam Larson, Jordan Eberle. You know, Mike. I don't even know where my Eberle jersey is right now. Aha! Michael. There's one choice to make, Michael. That's to take Jordan Eberle. Or not. You could also take Kapokako. What do they have in goal? Oh, don't take Grubauer, please. That contract is brutal. Please do not take... Oh, don't take Philip Grubauer. I'm begging you. St. Louis with Cam Fowler, Jake Neighbors. I mean, Jake Neighbors would be a good pickup. It's still weird that Brandon Carlo's on the Blues. What do they have in goal? Hofer, Zherenko, my nephew, Will Cranley. My nephew. Tampa. Sorelli would be nice. Moser would be nice. Which means we'll probably end up with 36-year-old Ryan McDonough. Goalies, Hildeby, Johansson, and Sogard. Okay. That's where Jerome's on the Blues, too. They actually got rid of him. The league. Oh, please. Jesus Christ. That's the easiest choice of all time. I mean, granted, like, Darren Radish would be okay too, but the Leafs couldn't protect Matthew Knies. Come on. Come on. This has got to be the most obvious pick of all time. With respect to Anthony Stolarz, please. Please, please, please. Wrath, basically, yeah. Utah with Vinny Trocheck. That's still very weird that he's in Utah. Mackenzie Weegar. Okay, Weegar would be nice. Weegar or Trocheck would be nice. Kraus he'd be okay. They haven't goal. Oh, that's right, Casa. I forgot all about that, too. Sebastian Costa ended up in Utah. That's weird. Vancouver, no thank you to this. Like, there's just nothing going on up there. I'll forever be thankful he knocked out Matt Cook, but there's just nothing. Nothing going on from him between the years. Linus Carlson, Drew O'Connor. Ugh. I mean, Aturatu, maybe? I mean, injuries are off for this playthrough, so Demko could be great. Vegas with Noah Hannafin, McNabb, Carlson. And Hannafin would be pretty decent. Aiden Hill in goal. Lindbaum, Moisevich as a prospect. Okay. There's not too many picks there where I'm like, please, God, no. Washington, Tom Wilson. Matt Roy, Rasmus Sandin. Okay, Justin Sordiff could be pretty good, too. I encoded it could be, but it's just a pain in the ass. That's still extra prompts that we'd have to hit constantly. And Winnipeg, Dylan DeMello, Alex Iafallo, Mario Ferraro. Okay. There aren't too many players where I'm like, please, God, don't take that player. But at the same time, I'm still concerned. Who's it going to be? We did take Cale Makar. We didn't take Kempe. We took Turcotte. And we didn't... No! How didn't you take Matthew Knies? And we took Essa Lindell from Dallas instead of Wyatt Johnston or Thomas Harley Thomas. And we took Tristan Jarry from Edmonton. Oh, that tells you everything you need to know about the AI in this game. Call them Evander Kane. You can hear the echo. Oh my God. No Matthew Knies. No Wyatt Johnston or Harley Thomas. Thomas Harley Thomas, as they called him at the draft. Oh no. Okay. And the thing is, this roster can change a lot more. And very quickly. So in terms of editing the trade block, we're not allowed to do that. Whatever the AI sets it to is what we have to accept. So in terms of contracts, we have negative $4.7 million in cap space with goalies Joseph Wall and Tristan Jarry. And Elvis Merzlikins. This really does speak to how bad the AI happened to be in this game. If they can't build my team, how the hell can they build their own teams? Which just leads to frustration when people play this game because they build good teams and the AI build dumb teams and the AI still wins all the time. Our defense right now is Makar, which is amazing. Hamilton, Larson, Lindell, Zadorov, and Carrier all making a decent amount of money. Best part is if you did that on your own, it wouldn't let you complete the draft because you were over the cap. Correct. Right wings, Tom Wilson, Justin Brazeau, and Fabian Zetterlund. Who, again, is fine, but there was a better choice on Ottawa. In the system, Mario Rempe and Joachim Kamel. Defenseman in the system is Pashal and Derek Pouliot. Left wings, Marchand and Svechnikov. In the system is Barclay Goodrow. What the fuck did we take Barclay Goodrow? This doesn't make any sense. I hate it here. Oh, and then centers. Vinny Trocheck, Anthony Cirelli, JT Compher. That's who we took from Detroit, huh? I still can't believe he took Max Domi. Instead of, like, dude, Matthew Nyes was right there. Turcotte over Kempe. Oh my god. And Kyle McLean and Thomas Bordelot. Okay. So we are off to the drafts. Again, it's that weird extra draft. We have the 4th pick. Go figure, a guy named Bowie just got drafted. And that pick ends up being a dude named Gillies. Gage Gillies. 71 overall, medium elite. Because, again, you have no choice but to have the extra draft. Which is what it is. No trade offers gotten so far, though. Interesting. A low 6 defenseman named McLean. Pick number 69. Domi over Nyes, Lindell over Harley, Turcotte over Byfield or Kempe. Yeah, at this point, it doesn't really matter who we end up with. Sim the entire draft. Thank you very much. Over the cap is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm intrigued to know what happens if the AI doesn't do anything. I'm very intrigued to know what happens. Do we technically have anybody that we have to re-sign? No. Sometimes, I know what you're saying. You did the expansion draft, of course you don't. Sometimes you do. And those deals are up, but not on this occasion. All right. I fail to see how we've managed to do anything in free agency, even if there was somebody decent out there. Jason Robertson's an RFA. Cutter Gautier's an RFA. Zegras. So, yeah, there's a bunch of RFAs. And we are $4.7 million in the hole. Okay. Our first trade. Again, the AI sets up the block, which means we have to accept it. It is a 3rd round pick in this upcoming draft. And Nikita Nesterenko for a 5th and a 6th. That is the worst fucking trade offer I've ever seen in my life. What the fuck? Goodbye, Nikita Nesterenko. Oh my god. Is the AI worse than it was in previous years? Anything else going to happen, or is that our only trade? What the hell is going to happen with the cap? We're just along for the ride. Nothing else happened. Nothing else happened. We had a conversation with the coach, but I'm not allowed to talk to you. I'm sorry. I am not allowed to talk to you. I am so sorry. Surprised the AI didn't cut McCarr for no. Oh, just wait. He could end up being gone by the start of the regular season. He could be. Okay. So our team for season 1, as decided by the AI, goaltenders Wall and Merzlikins. Jari is in the AHL. We could have had Nick Robertson, but sure. Defensively, Makar, Hamilton, Larson, Wotherspoon, Salmonson, and Derek Pouliot. By the way, cap space. 0.05. Oh, God. So in the AHL is Esa Lindell, Nikita Zadorov, Alex Carrier, Louis Crevier, and Braden Pachal. It is absurd how bad the AI is. It is absurd. Right wings, Tom Wilson, Justin Brazeau, and Joachim Kamel, with Fabian Zetterlund and Mario Rempe in the AHL. By Mario Rempe, I mean Matthew Rempe. Why did I think Mario Rempe? There is a Mario Rempe. I didn't think it was Matt Rempe. Oh, you know why I'm thinking of fucking Mario Rempe? I'm thinking of fucking I'm thinking of the other fucking guy. Anyway, it's fine. Whatever. I agree. Luigi Rempioni. Yeah, there you go. We had a player named Mario Rempe in a playthrough. That's what it was. So, sorry. The brain's getting old. What can I say? Matt Rempe. He's in the AHL. He's irrelevant. Left wing is Brad Marchand, Andrei Svechnikov. Is that Jagger Joshua? Jagger Joshua made the team. AHL is Barclay Goodrow. Uh-huh. And at center, Vinny Trocheck, Max Domi, Alex Turcotte, Aatu Ratu, Kyle McLean, and Thomas Bordeleau. Anthony Cirelli, JT Comfort in the AHL. The AI is like it's oxymoronic because the I is supposed to stand for intelligence. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Oh, it's not preseason. This is the roster. Captain Cale Makar with Hamilton and Marchand as alternates. Over 11 million in the AHL and just centers alone. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, artificial idiots. I cannot believe. Can you see? I don't think the AI cut anybody. I think they're just down in the AHL. Right? I don't think we had a missing player from the expansion draft. I think they're just down in the AHL. To my knowledge. I mean, granted, this wouldn't be the entirety of free agency, but, you know. Okay. This is the team. This is the team. This might be the most Milbury the AI has ever been, and we haven't even simmed a game yet. Turn on injuries. No. I do not want to. Because then it's just another thing to worry about. I know you're right about the alerts, but then it's like, okay, am I going to have injuries on one year, but not the other year? I don't want to deal with it. Can we view the lines? Yeah, we should probably do that, shouldn't we? Doogie is the GM of the AHL team this season. Is the team bad? Yes. Yes, it is. Especially compared to what it could have been. So it's Marchand, Trocheck, and Tom Wilson. Brazeau, Domi, and Svechnikov. Turcotte, Ratu, and Kamel. Jagger Joshua with Kyle McLean and Thomas Bordeleau. That's a good idea. Focus on the AHL. And there's nothing I can do, though, right? Like, I could make AHL lines, but who cares? Defensively is Larson Makar, Hamilton and Wotherspoon, Pouliot and Salmonson. So again, like, inherently the roster itself, like, there's some good pieces to it, but it is just being managed so tragically from a cap perspective. It's unreal. It is unreal. Like, dude, look at how much money we have down in the AHL. We didn't even sign enough people. It filled in with a bunch of Finns. Alexei Antiroko, Otto Makinen, Philip Bjorkman, Daniel Macchiaho. Well, at least it's a bunch of Finns, and Samuli Rattanen. At least it's a bunch of Finns. All the stars. Speaking of Finns, I can't believe it took Esa Lindell. That team through the expansion draft could have been so good. Oh my God. Oh. Okay. Season 1 with the expansion Quebec Nordiques. Our AI GM, Michael Milbury, as we call him, is in control until the Stanley Cup is awarded. At that point, I get full control of the team until the next time the Stanley Cup is awarded. Let's see what happens this year. Have I mentioned to follow the channel? Have I mentioned Twitch Prime subs? Have I mentioned the like and subscribe and YouTube channel memberships? Help me. Let's sim to January 1st. We don't know what trades might happen before that point. And of course, we won our first ever game 4-0. We're 3-0. I also love how overpaid the AHLers are, and they're going to perform badly because of the line chemistry. Yep. So again, the draft class is, of course, what the real-life draft class was this year, with the exception of a couple of generated players who weren't supposed to show up. But McKenna, Stenberg, Malhotra, that, you know, the whole deal. The whole deal. The funny thing is, this team might actually play well because it was the AI that built it. And the AI always performs better than they should. And we are 8-0-1. We're going to win the cup in season 1. If there's only one positive, it's that we're going to win the Stanley Cup in season 1. Just to kick me in the teeth, we're going to win the cup in season 1. We're not going to get any trades to the cap, you're right. Unless it's for someone not making much money. Like a Derek Pouliot, kind of like how Nestorenko got traded. I love that we gave up a 3rd-round pick for no reason whatsoever. That was great. This will be a fun one-night save, right? Oh, man. The amount of bad contracts that we took is insane. Instead of the AI going, oh, Wyatt Johnston. Okay, I'll just take a bad player making no money on another team to make that work. No. No. We needed Essa Lindell for the AHL team. Meg, that's fair. It's not supposed to be doing that, but... what in tarnation is the AI's logic? Oh, there isn't. How's deadline day going to be handled? We'll jump into it. If we get an offer, we get an offer. If we don't, we don't. So there's a chance we're going to have to sit there the whole time. January 1st, we crash back down to earth a little bit at 19-15-4. The AHL team is 24-13-1. Because, of course, they are extremely top-heavy. Let's get closer to the trade deadline here and see what's up. So, I greatly enjoy that our logo in my head is the red Republican elephant. You see what you want to see, I suppose. You see what you want to see, I suppose. 22-17-4. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, we are really crashing back down to earth here. But yeah, there is just nothing in the way of trades. There's nothing in the way of waiver claims and anything. If a waiver claim pops up, we do have to accept it as well. Which would be nice. We'll actually get somebody for the AHL. Can't wait for this team to crash, but not hard enough to still be in a playoff spot, so the AI buys at the deadline. Wow, talk about a tale of two halves of a season. We went from one of the best teams to absolutely one of the worst. We're the Detroit Red Wings! Yay! There you go. There you go, Ty. You finally got your Red Wings playthrough. We actually accept a waiver claim. They'd go down to the AHL, or at least we'd put them through the waivers, you know. Another ad break as soon as one ends. Pain. Fuck. That's not... Gotta love when I have ads set to run and it does back-to-back. That's fun. Outer Brandon, 33 months. Thank you very, very much.
Highly unnecessary.
Wow, we have one win in our last 10 games. This team is brutal. Just lost like 10 games in a row. Yep. Bunny, that's incorrect. Let me see. There you go. It's that one. Well, to the trade deadline, I can't imagine anything's going to happen. Ah, shit. Keep current trade block. Thank God. End of the deadline. Well, Jason Robertson sat out the year. Go figure. Okay, well, we'll see if we get an offer. In the meantime, we will have our daily trip down wrestling lane with today's Reigns.app. WWF European Champion, ECW Champion, World Heavyweight Champion. It's not Regal. It's not Chavo. Who held both versions of that ECW title? Oh, got it. Got it. Mark Henry. It's crazy Mark Henry only held 3 titles. But there you go. Fun fact, we still haven't gotten a trade offer. Fun fact. Well, how else does everybody want to pass the time? Give me something to talk about, Benny, what's up? Oh, man. Oh, what do you guys want to talk about? GeoGuessr? Yeah, we could play some GeoGuessr, I suppose. Ah, JR, I don't have that particular jersey, but I can put a Red Wings jersey up in a bit. I have no memory of him with the big gold. SmackDown era, baby. Egg Harbor City, New Jersey. Favorite Family Guy cutaway? I don't know, but I did reference Cheeky Bastard earlier today. So, can we see the trade block? You can. We'll see what he's looking for. He is absolutely trying to buy. He's trying to sell our best prospect. He is absolutely trying to buy. Which is nuts. Prediction for how many hometown remix jerseys are going to be bad? I would say about 50%. Is Deeds with the 6 gifted subs out of nowhere. Closing in on 100 lifetime, by the way, too. Jesus, did I pass the time good enough? For those who enjoyed this song, yes. Yes, you did. Zombie, I don't know why, but yeah, the Robert Loggia thing has, it's found a resurgence. It's definitely found a resurgence.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's about a 50-50 in terms of, like, even if you look back at the reverse retros, right? About a 50-50 in terms of what jerseys ended up looking all right, which ones not so much. So I can't say in particular I have my hopes up, but, you know, we'll see. I never get any trades at the deadline. Well, we especially won't now because we have no cap space. Scared for the wild one. Just bought the 78s jersey and Kaprizov. Afraid it's going to peak a green and yellow. I would imagine they're going to do something because they really haven't done like a North Stars throwback at all. My guess is that direction. You know? That would be my presumption. I might be wrong, though. But who's to say? Who's to say? Can we see what trades have already been made by the AI? Have you not been watching the ticker? Cole Eiserman just got traded to the Habs. I mean, I will take a look at the full trade summary at the end of the deadline, but I didn't think this through that we were going to have to wait for the trade deadline. But that's okay. That's okay. We're here now. Pray for the Habs jersey because it hasn't changed since the Spanish flu. Both of the Wild reverse retros and Ursa. Were they though? Were they though? Were they? I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. Did the Sharks make the playoffs this year? Yes. Right, like if you look... I mean, I guess they are kind of North Stars-ish. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. In my head, I was envisioning, like, the top one. You know? But yeah, I mean, I guess they are more North Stars-ish than I remember. I was thinking the top one, though, with the black mixed in. personally. But fair enough. The entirety of the chat's taken up. Shout out to Crank for the 6 months as well. So, is this, like, confirmed? I mean, it is aesthetics, so I would imagine it is. So the Ducks are definitely going to go Mighty Ducks. The Bruins are going back to, like, the 1920s. Sabres just a blue. Hurricanes are using a gray. That is going to suck. Unless the gray ones are just ones that we don't know yet, which could be likely. Panthers will be interesting. Yeah. Then again, it has the Leafs with, like, a tan look, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Ducks are apparently going district. Yeah, I mean, as they should. Blues and black when your team name is literally plural color is weird. That's fair. Hawks green. Yeah, I mean, well, in the past, right? They had their, like, St. Pat's jerseys and everything, so. Oh my god. Why can we not speed up the deadline? Shit. Why can we not speed up the deadline? My god. We're just going to do your reigns. I already did! It took 15 seconds. I hate the Fisherman logo, but I think the cheers might grow me. Well, I mean, there is that element, right? Like I said, when it comes to certain jerseys, while we continue to wait for this to fucking process, we can talk about this, I suppose. You know, when you look back, okay, they don't outright have the reverse retros there. So, like, 2021, yeah. So it's like when you think back to some of these reverse retros, right? Like, some of them, first glance, ew, and then they kind of grow on you, and others like, no, they're bad. Like, I'm looking at you, Winnipeg. Just, it didn't work, right? It didn't work. I'm sorry. But that is the truth. But yeah, just in terms of, like, you know, these other ones, again, some of them aged well. Like, Dallas's was fucking terrible, though. Detroit's was terrible, and they stayed that way. So, you never know. You never know. Isles reverse retro ended up being boring, but clean as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what was that Arizona purple jersey? That was the Peyote remake. Which, I mean, the other one was green with more purple. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, some of these aged well, others not so much. Like, that Islanders jersey, by the way, I feel like that should be their home jersey. Like, it's terrible for the concept, but I fucking love that jersey. The color scheme works so well. I don't think we're going to get a single offer here, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. Tier list the reverse retros. I did. Those videos are on YouTube from years ago. From years ago. Man, we are just not going to get a single trade offer this whole time, are we? We are not going to get a single trade offer this whole time. Do it again, schmuck. Yeah. All right. I'm calling it at 9:30 a.m. We haven't gotten a single trade offer. I don't think we will because, yeah, the cap space is doomed. We'll just advance. We'll take a look at everything that happened at least, but obviously it did not include us. No surprise there. We wanted ye old activity feed. Oh, so Jagger Furcus went to Vegas. John Klingberg got traded to Colorado. Claude Giroux went to Chicago for Nick Lardis. Jesper Wallstead for Tommy Novak. Jesper Wallstead could have been ours. That's insane. Liam Greentree for a third and Adam Engstrom. Warren Fogle for Marek Vanacker. Gavin Hayes. Philip Deneau and Cole Iserman were involved in a deal. Ryan Strome got traded to Chicago for way too much. Chris Kreider got traded to Chicago. Brandon Carlo was traded from St. Louis before he even got there IRL. Brian Rust on his way to Nashville with Kevin Hayes. Pittsburgh was very busy. Sam Girard was traded. So yeah, a lot happened. Just not with us. Because, yeah, No cap space. No cap space for this team to work with off the back of an absolutely atrocious, just an absolutely atrocious expansion draft. It would have been a better draft had we just taken the worst player every time, as we have for other builds. But, you know. We're going to trade the whole team for picks. There's going to be players we're not going to be able to get rid of. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to be active on the trade market, but the danger with that is that if we do that, the AI will very likely get impatient and trade away all of our top prospects for players that are more ready now, and we'll just end up in a consistent tug of war that we're not going to be able to win. Which is why I said we're not just immediately going to be like, okay, let's trade all of our draft picks and let's do it, like, you know, we got to be a little bit tactical about this. Gotta be a little bit tactical about this. We finished the first year 31, 43, and 8. A tremendous start and a god-awful end. We are, in fact, the Detroit Red Wings. You'll love to see it. We were the worst team in the league. That's insane. That is insane. Poor Buffalo, by the way. This game still hates them. So, Cale Makar was our leading scorer on 75 points. Amongst the forwards, Vinny Trocheck had 60 points. Domi, Marchand, Svechnikov, and Wilson all with at least 41 points. We were 20-9 at one point. Yep. God damn. Defensively, I mean, Hamilton did well. Elias Salmonson did pretty well too, but Derek Pouliot had 21 points. Achilles, it was an expansion draft. And for the goalies, good season for Joseph Wall, terrible season for Elvis Merzlikins. Sounds about right. By the way, in the AHL, 91 points for Anthony Cirelli. He should have more as a freaking 87 overall, but I can't believe how many players were parked in the AHL. That's insane. Around the league, Macklin Celebrini led the way on just 99 points. Then you had McDavid, McKinnon, Bedard, and Panarin rounding out the top 5. Top goal scorers, just 44 for McDavid and Bedard. Don't know what was up with the scoring, but okay. The McKinnon, Caulfield, Celebrini, and Thompson all hit at least 40. For the defense, Quinn Hughes tied with Adam Fox on 87 points. Then you had Bouchard, Theodore, and Yossi. How do we acquire Makar? He was available in the expansion draft because EA. Freddie Anderson, 45 wins. Shesterkin, Knight, and Demko, the only other 3 to hit 40 wins. Shutout leader with 7 was Luukkonen, Shesterkin, and Ullmark. It was a pretty good year for goalies. Spencer Knight may just win a Vezina in Chicago. And for the rookies, Beckett, Seneca, and Ivan Demidov led the way on 60 points. But due to plus-minus, you can't rule out Matthew Schaefer or even Fraser Minton. Remember how Demko was available to draft? Uh-huh. Sure do. Sure do. Our AHL team, by the way, is the #1 team in their division. 48, 31, and 3. So maybe, just maybe, just maybe, we'll have a Calder Cup winner on our hands, but it feels kind of cheap if we were to have a Calder Cup winner, given the circumstances, right? Feels just a little bit cheap. So, we'll see. We will see if that is what happens. But we are just about ready to take control of this team for a calendar year, thank God. If you win a Calder Cup, it's over, right? All you had to do was win a cup. I wish. That's what the AI thought, clearly. That's clearly what the AI thought. Oh, good. The Vegas Golden Knights have won the Stanley Cup. The Bakersfield Condors win the Calder Cup. Will Bedard ever be as good as McDavid? No. Don't think you will, and I don't think that's fair to compare anybody. Okay. Let's recap the season, the postseason that was, and then thank God we get to take control. But this is what the bracket looked like, as it was Vegas beating Tampa in 7 games. Shout out to Philly, who made the Final Four, which is pretty nuts. And then in the AHL, we indeed got swept by Laval in the first round, who went on to lose in the Calder Cup final in 7 to Bakersfield. And the good old Laval Rockets. Ow. In terms of the awards, unfortunately, not Carolina, but Vegas. Boo. Boo. Art Ross Trophy goes to Macklin Celebrini. I guess just move back over here. Actually, I can fix this webcam placement now because we're taking a break from CFB and Madden, at least until Madden fixes its freaking franchise mode. Anyway. Connor McDavid wins the Hart Trophy. Norris goes to Quinn Hughes. Calder did go to Beckett Seneca. Mark Stone wins the Conn Smythe Trophy. Spencer Knight wins the Vezina. Jack Adams. The Jack Adams foot. Oh, that's quite the picture. Selke to Nick Suzuki. Ted Lindsay Award to McDavid. Rocket Richard to McDavid. In the AHL, Anthony Cirelli was the top point getter and league MVP. No shit. He was also the top goal scorer. Isaac Howard was the top rookie. Was it Shea or Shai Bouillon? I think it's Shea Bouillon, right? Shai Bouillon. Was the best defenseman. Tristan Jarry was the top goaltender. Szymanski was the MVP of the Calder Cup winning Condors. So, 1 season in the books. Crack the knuckles, because it's time to take over for 1 calendar year. Trade offer notifications, leave me alone. There's no way I'll accept any offer the AI sends my way. Auto scouting is still fine, but auto sign free agents is off. Minor league head coach edit lines, off. Injuries, of course, will stay off. Oh boy. Okay. And then we didn't have anything for gameplay sliders. No, we were fine. Okay. We have control. Thank God. I feel like there was something that we forgot to change. But I think we were good. It was mainly just the auto sign and stuff like that. So. Alright. Cody, no, because injuries are off. You know this. We went over this. Okay, so before we get to the draft, where we should have a high pick, there won't be any expiring contracts except Merzlikins, which is, yeah, no, we're good to let that go. Let's just go to the draft. let's just go to the draft. This could be bad. This could be bad. Montreal wins the lottery courtesy of Dallas. We will have the 2nd overall pick. So Gavin McKenna will probably be a hab in this timeline. Sorry, Leafs fans. What do we got for retired players here? Backstrom, Silverberg, Ryan Reeves is gone. Defensively, Suter, Vlasic, Vatanen. The usual suspects. No, they're going to take Gleb. There you go. All right. Thank God we have control of this team. So, there's no way we're trading up for McKenna. What can we do? Of course, we don't have our 3rd round pick this year. What can we do in terms of clearing out some goddamn cap space? Because again, at least Merzlikin's deal is up. There's no way anyone's going to want Jari. So we're still going to be stuck with Jari and Wall, most likely in goal. Defensively, we're going to have to re-sign Makar, obviously. Hamilton, I'm kind of okay with keeping. It's just kind of a question as to whether or not we're really going to be able to get anything for some of these players. Like, Crevier is not really making that much. So that's not a big deal. I mean, the veteran defenders, right? So Nikita Zadorov. Yeah, we could trade Zadorov for Greentree. Sharovsky, Iserman. Ooh. All right, well, Montreal is willing to bail us out a little bit. That's good. Do we want Iserman, or as he was called in a Maple Leaf centric press conference, Mr. Hagee? Yeah. Nikita Zadorov for Cole Iserman. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Which basically means we just traded Zadorov for Philip Deneau. Larson's got a no-trade clause, so he's not going anywhere. Nobody wants Essa Lindell. So that'll hopefully still be our top 4 next year. Right wing, does anybody want Tom Wilson? I'd rather have Tom Wilson than the 31st pick, I think. Who's projected around 31? Liam Ruck, Jonas Lagerberg-Hohen, Oliver Savanto, Jackson Cover. I'll come back to that. If we were to move Fabian Zetterlund, who is fine. Logan Stanley in the 6th, a 3rd rounder in Perron. Artemonov. Artemonov's not bad. Torres, what's up? What's up? Oh, let's see. The theme is pain, because that's what the theme always is. As Montreal indeed takes Gavin McKenna. Okay. Fair enough. Back to Zetterlund here. 2/3. I mean, at best, it looks like a high 9. Koblar, Bachelnikov, Connor McMichael, but they're about the same age. Fisker Molgard, Rakoff. Ooh, Malcolm Spence, though? Alright, I think we have a deal. It's either Artemonov or Malcolm Spence. But yeah, there's really no reason to not trade Zetterlund. We can get a player like that at any time. So Artemonov is 20 years old and a 74 overall. Bakers, I can't say I have, actually. Normally they're bad. Spence is a 70. Okay. Zetterlund to the Rangers for Malcolm Spence. I'm good with that. Doing our best to clear out some cap space because we know we're going to need it. Could I trade Joachim Kamel for anything substantial? For a different high 9. Alright, so I mean, it's him for a couple of different high 9s. We might as well just keep the one that we have. I mean, technically there might be somebody better age overall-wise, but I think we're fine. Matt Rempe. I mean, a medium bottom 6 for a medium 9, including Kevin Ooh, Chipperkoff? I mean, high 9 Chipperkoff, there's really no reason not to do that. Like, that's a pretty substantial improvement. Blomqvist, we don't really have space for. I wish we did. Any other high 9s, or is it... Damn, mosquito in here. Right as I was gonna smack him off the face of the earth, he flew higher. Bastard. Alright. Rempe for Chibrikov. Let's just double check Chibrikov. he's still got some potential. I mean, Rempe is what he is as a fourth liner. He had 300 penalty minutes in the AHL last year. You know, we'll get the younger guy with a bit more promise. Let's go call another timeout here. The problem is, we know whatever we build up, the AI will probably just tear it all down at the same time. It's just a tug of war, basically. All right, so if Kamel didn't go for anything more, Chibrikov won't go for anything more. Justin Brazeau's deal is up. We might as well keep his rights. Tom Wilson for the 31st and a 4th. That's probably a medium 6. Torres, so we're alternating years, but yes, when the AI is in control, we have to accept whatever offer comes through. Man, he signed until... Yeah, you know what? Let's take this. He signed until he's 37. Tom Wilson's off to Vegas. I highly doubt we can get anything. Oh my god, really? Well, the rights to Sam Montembeault. Thank God Goodrow's deal is up. Brad Marchand. I mean, at his age, we might as well get what we can for him. Artemonov at a medium 6 is not bad. Otherwise, it's a bunch of high 9s. Brad Marchand on his way to Carolina. We'll get younger, get some prospects. Because the AI made this team damn old. And then Svechnikov. No trades found either way. I don't know why the bot's not working properly tonight, but yeah, bot's not working. Deal with it. All right. Centers, McLean, Bordelot, Ratu at a high 9. He won't really be worth much. Can we get anything for Turcotte? Am I doing fantasy football this year? No, I never do anymore. I don't have time. So West at a high 9, Cleveland at a high 6. Can anybody top that? Teddy Stiga. Medium 6 Lee from Nashville. Yes, please. Hockey Kid, what's going on? Connor McMichael, but we know his age is up there. Bachelnikov. All right. Turcotte going to go to Nashville. I think that's for Riker Lee. Can we get rid of JT Compher? White Cloud in the 6th, the 3rd in Zemmer. Berglund is a high 9. Can we do anything better than a high 9? No. I'd prefer to get rid of Compher. We could get our own 3rd round pick back from the Kings, but Berglund, Romani, Pridham, Rakoff, Gauthier in a 3rd. It's probably like Ethan Gauthier in a 3rd, or Koblar in a 3rd. I mean, regardless, it's within our own division. Let's go for Koblar in a 3rd. Why not? Can we trade Max Domi? We can. Mr. Hagee, as he was once called. Or the 28th pick. Another deal with Montreal. Have fun with Max Domi. Sorelli's got a no-trade clause. Gillies was an okay prospect. I just want to know what the offers would be. Nothing that we're taking. And then there's Vinny Trocheck, who's not bad and will be staying. So we now have $23 million in cap space. We have some prospects as well to try to build around, on top of having the 2nd overall pick, which we will probably make. But you know what? For shits and giggles, yeah, nobody wants it. And we have the 31st that we got from Colorado. All right. So thank God we get to make this decision, because Ivar Stenberg is on his way to Quebec. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I can't wait for the AI to trade him for a freaking bag of pucks. It's going to be great. Lincoln, take it easy. Appreciate you hanging out. Okay, Washington's willing to trade that 6th pick. Hold on now. It's going to be worth it because of generated players. Washington, what do you want for that pick? What do you want for that pick? Obviously, we could give up the 31st. I don't want to get rid of too many future first rounders because Like, we got to try to set the AI up for some success, even though they probably won't have it. So if we were to use these high 9s, they have interest in Ratu, they have interest in Crevier. Now they'd have too many skaters. Come on, man. Come on, man. What if we take on Travis Hamonic? And we add the 31st pick from Colorado. How do we feel? Not there yet. What if we also add our own 5th round pick? Shit. Definitely underselling it. I tried to fleece them. They weren't up for it. They have Solomon Pashal. Then we got a bunch of dudes that we drafted last year who are just straight up garbage. I mean, they have interest in board. Yeah, it's going to have to be draft picks. So what if we use a 1st, a 3rd, and 2 options to get the 6th overall pick? Still no. What if we add a 4th rounder from Anaheim? Still no. What if we add our own 2nd rounder? You could argue, are these 2 picks worth more than this one? But I'd rather have a medium elite. Will they take that deal? Yes, they will. So we trade up to get the 6th overall pick, which will not be Caleb Malhotra, but it'll likely be Albert Smits, because we can at least guarantee he's a medium elite. So Mr. Smits, welcome in. And already in our tenure, I mean, the AI really botched that expansion draft, but you know, we've been able to build up some momentum here in the early stages, in the early days. So I'm fairly happy with that. What the hell was that? My feet. Oh. Fair enough. Okay, I really don't think there's much else we can do in this draft. I mean, we kind of did our damage aside from just taking whatever players might still be there a little bit later on. But to get a high elite and a medium elite, it's pretty good business. And we'll go all the way to pick number 69. So, of course, our scouts didn't do much. Joe McGinley's out there. Tobias Treshball in goal. Ooh. Colorado left Makar available. They sure did. Well, in terms of guaranteed potentials, then, there was a medium elite in Svatos later on. Aside from that, it's definitely some best guessing. Yeah, goalie might be worth it. Let's show again, looking like nothing crazy. Good old Pearson Bowie. Did Edwardson? Well, he did, but that would have been a previous version of the file, so I don't think he would do as well. And then some generated dude named Esteban Austin, who's insane. So, Esteban Austin, 76 overall, medium 6. Dude, the AI is going to screw me so badly. Speaking of screwing me so badly, Crash Andrews, what's up? Let's see. 3rd round pick. I want that goalie. Can we pair a 4th and a 5th? Yes, we can. Sweet. So we'll end up with back-to-back picks. And let's get this goalie, because we need a goalie prospect. Tobias Treball is a 66 high starter. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. 4th round, and of course we'll recap the names and where they ended up going. Oh, Brady Wasselin, when there was hope you'd be a 1st round pick. What a time that was. It was Esteban all along, Austin. Esteban. I mean, we could go for Svatos as well. Yeah, screw it, we might as well. Get another medium elite. Honestly, we should be able to trade Svatos for something, too. 5th round. We have had a hell of a draft here. Avery Anstis, Noah Teamu, Cruz Pavao. Well, we could take a risk with some other peeps. There's a dude that's a 3 out of 4 low elite, Tommy Toskala. There is also Mason San Luis. Right. We might as well take... Well, Toscala, we don't have to take the risk right now. Mr. Roberts, what's up, man? We're doing well. How are you? Let's go for Noah Teamu. Why not? We need a defenseman. Medium 7th, yeah. Thought we had back-to-back picks for a second. We did not. 6th round. Oh, you know that we love a Latvian. But also Alessandro Diorio, somebody else who, in past games, he was projected to do really well at one point and then didn't. Speaking of that, William LaSalle. God damn. Let's take Tommy Toscala here. There's a low 6, nothing special. And then 7th round, Ty Manier, who was also in that conversation. Jacob Shu. Liam Dubé. I mean, come on. If you can take Axel Brongo Larson, you gotta do it. Low 7th, baby. Let's go. All right. So, I mean, Stenberg, Schmitz. Like, our top 4 picks are really good. Top 5, really, is Fatos, a medium lead. He was a terrible overall, though. But that is how the Compy redraft of the 2026 first round looked. Savanto going to Calgary with that 33rd pick. Yeah, we could have Stenberg, Ruck, and a little bit more, or we could have Stenberg and Smits. And, yeah, we'll take Alberts there. Definitely. And then if anybody cared about the 2nd round as well, just because obviously a lot of notable names from that round as well. It's funny, though, looking at these names, I am so glad the Rucks both ended up in Pittsburgh. Good on you, Pittsburgh, for doing that. That was the right move. Aram Olsen to Anaheim. I really thought the Bruins were going to find a way to get that guy. But, okay. So we continue with our first re-sign phase and free agent period under control of this team. Can't wait to see how this goes poorly from here. We do need to find a way to re-sign Cale Makar. Merzlikins is gone for obvious reasons. Obviously, we'll worry about Makar. We'll hit Solomonson with the qualifying offer. Braden Pashal can go. He's just a dude. Smits is NHL ready right now, which is kind of nuts. Parker Wotherspoon can go. Derek Pouliot can go. Right. Travis Hamonic can go. I don't know yet about Carrier. Right wing side, Brazo. We will qualify Kamel. Stenberg will probably, you know what? I think Stenberg and Smits will just sign both of them. It's very likely that they'll both make this roster. I mean, Stenberg especially. So I'm on Goon Squad NHL 26 AI teams have some good potentials available. Hey, it's always good when there's someone with good potential, Liz. Always good when, yeah, that made sense. Barclay Goodrow, get out of here. Thomas Bordeleau, more like Thomas Bordelow's, get out of here. Kyle McLean can also leave. Okay. So all expiring. It's Makar, who, whatever the hell he wants. 6 years, no movement clause. Oh, dude, that it hasn't really sunken in yet. Just how badly the AI can screw me over with no movement clauses if they hand them out. That could be very bad. We'll go 16 and a quarter for 6 years, full no movement for Cale Makar. Nick, in the AHL, you have some guys that play D or forward if they are in that enforcer role. And 42 mil. Let's see if Makar took that deal. He rejected. Fuck. He doesn't want to sign, so we are going to have to overpay. Let's just go straight up 17 mil. Okay. What did Carrier want as an 82? 3 mil? Do I need him? 2, 3, 4. Not really. Carrier, you're gone. What does Justin Brazeau want? Right, that's not bad at all for Brazeau if he'll take the deal. Cale Makar! Vince, what's going on? The rules are pretty simple. We alternate years of control with the AI GM. So, for example, Season 1, the AI was in full control of our expansion draft, and they botched it. My God, didn't they botch it. But once the Stanley Cup was awarded, we took control. The next time a Stanley Cup champion is crowned, we give control of the team back to the AI. We turn on automation settings. So yeah, we are trying to work in tandem with the AI. They did manage to get Cale Makar in the expansion draft, but he doesn't want to come back. We're going 20 mil. We're going 20 mil for Cale Makar. We can't lose him. 6 years, 20 mil, full no movement clause. We need him to sign. We're running out of time. Cale, please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you. What's the max I can offer him right now? What's the maximum? It's not much more than 20 mil, unfortunately. 20.3. Cale Makar is probably walking away to free agency. Yep. Vince with the 6 gifted. What a number. What a number, Vince. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it. I download a latest roster. I set the default. Do I select the default? You set the Meg pick the custom from there. Throwing him 5 bonus subs. Cale, come on. I don't think there's anything I can do. Like, because he wants a 6-year deal. If we offer him down to 1, he just doesn't care. I mean, I'll try it, but he's probably gone. He is, yeah, I mean, the interest just isn't going to be there. All right, what if I start negotiation? I hate going into this menu, but we gotta try. Can I charm him? Okay, that's good. Let's discuss the contract. We like the 6-year deal that you like. We will improve the offer even more. We will increase the salary by $3 million up to 20. Be more inclined to accept the offer. It included a clause. Yep, we can talk about that. Full no movement. Full no movement. I prefer a clause with the most protection. That is the most protection there, buddy. We will improve the offer even further. And we will promise you that you will always be a first pairing defender. We will improve the offer again. And we will promise you that you will always be on the top power play. We will improve the offer again. And we will promise you that you will always be on the penalty kill as well, should you care to. Please, for the love of God, accept the offer. Please, God, please accept the offer. Please. Please. Yes! Oh, God, I hate that system, but you know what? It worked out this time. I'm stoked for when Milbury puts him on the 3rd pair. Cale Makar is staying. Thank God. I mean, we're having to pay him a max salary right now, basically, but it's worth it. It is absolutely worth it. Holy, that was scary. That was scary. So we got about $21 million left in salary. Solomonson and Kamel still need to sign. But Cale Makar is here. Thank God. That was crucial that he stayed. That was crucial. In terms of staff, oh my God, all of you get out. Get out. Every single one of you. Go away. Go away. Now we have to win the cup to make that guy worth it. I mean, he's worth it, but he's worth it regardless, in fairness. Honestly, to every scout that's not at least an A, get out of here. Get out of here. Everyone's favorite part of every offseason is it taking 6 goddamn years to set up a scouting department. I know Madden has a very similar system, but it's much more streamlined and much more interesting, if we're being honest. For whatever reason, though, it is not letting me hire any coaches or scouts. That's interesting. That's not still on auto, is it? We definitely turned that off. Let's see. All that's fine. Oh! When auto staff management is on, it stays on. Well, that's not good. That's not good. Great design there. Scouting, we can do say we still can say that the computer only assigns amateur scouts, so at least that'll be fair. But yeah, in terms of coaches and scouts, all I can do is fire. I cannot hire. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. Goalies, let's be honest. We're going to need like 3 AHL goalies at least. There's not really much of a choice. Jari isn't going anywhere, so. Defense is going to be Makar, Lindell, Larson, Hamilton. I don't know if Smits will make the team. I don't know what the fuck this song is, but Jesus Christ, man. Leave me alone. Oh, it's fair to Midland. That's why it's weird. Okay, that makes sense. Solomon. Probably Solomonson? Smits and Solomonson? That's not bad. Maybe an alternative left defender, and we definitely need an entire AHL defense. How deep is this? We are only 1 year in, so it's still very early. Fish, we alternate control. Here, you know, we'll put a pen message here. Alternating years with AI. But yeah, fuck it. But yeah, we alternate years of control. So this season, we're in control of the team. Next year, the AI gets full control of the team and can screw up any bit of progress that I make. Or who knows, maybe they'll make it better. Maybe. All right, so Joachim Kamel, we don't even know if he's going to make the team. He's listed as a sniper. He's just not very good at it. All right, so in terms of the forwards, what do we have? What the Milbury name come about? Because Mike Milbury is probably one of the worst GMs in the history of the NHL, so it's kind of making fun of him. So Vinny Trocheck, second line center, ideally. Anthony Cirelli, also a center, ideally. So we'll definitely have him at the NHL level. Svechnikov, ideally, is second line left wing, but he might have to be top. Justin Brazeau can be third line right wing, ideally. Kind of makes me want to do a run with AI controls everything. That is how Milbury Mode started. And the problem is, at least in NHL, it's a nightmare because the AI are so bad. So when the AI has full control, what they'll often do is, especially with the trade block, if you have young players, they'll trade all of them for more established players, and then they'll immediately switch their approach to trading the established players for young players. So you're just in this cycle of death where nothing happens. So you're saying it's not fun, correct? This is, the alternating years is the idea of trying to make it a little bit more interesting. Ideally. I don't even know if that's gonna happen. Chibrikov. Don't know if you're gonna make the team. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So probably like
Here comes a pizza. See
3
it?
to 4. Ah, Rob, what's up, man? Thank you for the 92. It does look like an interesting idea. I'll give him that. All right, we have our approach to free agency. The whole staff thing is fucked. Looking at RFAs, goalies, nobody. Defensively, Quinn Hughes is there. Interesting. Interesting. Obviously, that would be like 4 first-round picks. He's not even really that interested in us. Engstrom, not going to be worth it, most likely. Well, try setting it up with the trade block. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ideas where there is plenty of maneuverability. You know, plenty of different house rules. But the end of the day, it is the AI, and boy, are they fun to deal with. It's Braden Bowman? It is Braden Bowman. He's going to want too much money still. All right, so yeah, RFAs, no real plays to make. So goalies. In terms of prospects, it's just high fringe starters, but that's not the worst thing in the world to go after. Some of the contract scenarios here are a little bit wonky as well, but it's fine. So Gamzin, we'll send an offer out to you. That is AHL goalie number 1. Volokin. Rob, I mean, when it works. When it works well, but it doesn't often work well. And then Gerasimyuk. There we go. We have our 3 AHL goalies that we needed. We need an entire AHL defense. We don't really have room for anybody, and John Marino's the best defenseman anyway. So, an entire AHL defense. Here they are. Here they are. So, Jeremy Poirier somehow wants a one-way deal. That's insane. Spencer Stashny wants too much money. Let's go after, I think that's Ryan Healy. It is Ryan Healy. So that is 1. Don't know why it's going to bring me back to the top of the list every time. Johansson. Is that Victor Johansson? It is Victor Johansson. You can be defender number 2 in the AHL. Defender number 3 can be Pieniemi. Emil Pieniemi. Anybody else from there? Golicic? Golicic. Jan. There you go. And then who do we have for veteran defenders who will be kind of cheap? Kevin Connaughton. Why not? We'll go after Kevin Connaughton. That whole back to top thing is so annoying. Yep. Yes, it is. Let's go after Aaron Ness. Veteran AHLer. And Andre Schuster is still out there for some reason. So we'll go after him. Forwards. What do we have for prospects, first and foremost? Not a ton, but honestly, I might as well just go for those guys unless there's a bunch of high 9s. Do we have a bunch of high 9s? Oh my god. All right, let's just check right wings first, because otherwise it's going to take 6 years. Shabanov, but he's not really a prospect. Left wing side, nobody there. There was Sikora, though. Okay. So in terms of the AHL forwards that we need, is it Philip Mazar? I think it was Mazar. Sign him. Mr. Alexander Holtz, bring you in. Let's go after TJ Hughes. Okay, and then the question is there anybody? Man, Jared McCann's looking for $10 million. That's nuts. Let's double check medium 9s just in case some of those high 9s are making the roster. Lundstrom's out there. There's actually quite a few. Yeah, we will bring in Adam Sikora. It is a one-way deal, but we have plenty of cap space. Shabanov. I'm going to say no for the moment. So then these centers. We have Simon Zether. Or Simon Zether. I don't know how he pronounces it, but it's fine. Someone very French. Raoul Boyardi. And then Mr. Lopanen. Jamie, what's up, man? My half-star school got his first 3-star. Damn. It's always fun, though. It's funny how satisfying, you know, when you first start off. That like, oh my god, we got a 3-star. This is amazing. How's NHL? It's something. It's something. That's my preferred way, is high medium search for salary reasons, just so we have a good AHL team. AHL primarily. And a couple of prospects, because the AI started this team off with nothing. Nothing. You wouldn't even thought that the term prospect was a thing. Okay. Let's see. So in terms of what we need here, I mean, we can pay out the ass for some of these veterans, which I don't really want to do. Or we just factor in some of the younger players at this point. Haven't played NHL since PS4 days. That's fair. Yeah. One of those, hopefully eventually things, but people have been asking for NHL on PC again for almost 20 years, so one of those don't hold your breath for it type of things, right? And then, even if it exists, it's like, okay, what's the quality of it going to be? You know? Alright. I mean, Ovi is worth it if we put him with, like, Sorelli and Stenberg, or even with, like, Svechnikov, you know? But Stenberg could be on the third line with Brazo and somebody else, or we just put Stenberg on a higher line immediately. Let me double check something really quickly. We might overspend for Ovi here. We might. Yeah, I mean, Stenberg could definitely play opposite side with, like, Sorelli and Ovechkin. Maybe we do go for Ovi. Maybe we do go for Ovi, because the alternatives... I mean, Jared McCann, 10 mil, there's just no way. Malkin as a playmaker is a maybe. But man, like, we have $19 million in cap space, so we got to spend it somewhere, but these guys are looking for a fair amount of money here. And by a fair amount of money, I mean they were looking for way too much money. Let's see if we can bring Ovi. Oh man, yeah, he wants a hell of a lot more money to be here. We're not in a position to massively overpay for everybody, so in terms of organizational interests, dare I say we might be stuck with Jason Zucker. Stefan Nason. Oh, you got 20 million cap space. It goes fast. It goes fast, especially if we'd probably have to pay Ovi like 9 or 10 million bucks for him to be interested. Okay. Can I get... I really do wish you could also... I mean, you can sort by organizational interest, but that won't factor in overall. Tommy Novak isn't really going to fit. Who else is interested in us? Zucker doesn't really fit what we're looking for. I mean, Nason as a power forward. Wait a week or two. NHL, people go real fast, so... I mean, we could go for someone... I mean, this is kind of the caliber of players we're having to look at here, is the 83s. Okay. Well... Dare I say we might be bringing in Stefan Nason. Dare I say. Actually, in fairness, I really don't think we need him. I don't think we need him. Kuzmenko, though... Kuzmenko could be worth it. Honestly, I'm going to try to pencil Kuzmenko in, which is kind of nuts. But There aren't too many people interested in signing with us right now, so it's one of those take what we can get scenarios. And Kuzmenko signs immediately. Okay. Beyond that, we go back down to people who are interested. We're not going to need Kreider as another power forward. Bunting's a two-way. We don't need him. Pia Suter, Drew O'Connor, Vladislav Nemesnikov. We do kind of need somebody like that. I can't believe, man, he's asking for so much money, though. Oh, my God. This is where we're at, huh? Him or Jonathan Drouin. Pretty much what we're looking at. What's the worst that could happen by giving Jonathan Drouin a bunch of money in the year of our Lord 2026? What's the worst that could happen? I'm not going to regret that at all. Not at all. All right. I need probably 2 other forwards and then maybe some filler from there. We're looking for probably like a right-wing playmaker and like a center sniper. You don't spend the cap? Yeah, I will. Yeah, that's the problem is I'm trying to give them a little bit of wiggle room if I can. But Nemesnikov, I can't believe I'm doing this, but we're going to go after you. We're going to go after you because we're desperate. At the very least, these are pretty tradable assets. So, you know, it'll hopefully be fine. All right. Can we find someone who likes to shoot the puck? Olafson, Smith, JVR, Jonathan Bergeron. Give me a sniper, please. Kaliev. Yeah, I'm just not going to find what I want here, am I? Not at all. Alex Nylander. Oh, Connor, Sherry, Daniel Sprong, KHL legend. Art. This team is not going to be very good this next year. But my hope is that the AI will allow some of our players to develop instead of, you know, immediately trading them, which is what they'll probably do. God, remember Oliver Wahlstrom? What a time. Angus Crookshank, Rocco Grimaldi. Give me an AHL star who can at least shoot the puck, please. But that also can take faceoffs. Does that not exist? Samuel Anas. Hell yeah. There he is, baby. Sam Anas. He's an Enos. From there, we just need people who can punch. That's all we want for the 4th line. Give me some people from an overall perspective that can punch. Please and thank you. We do have a grinder for Corey Perry. Can we bring in Corey Perry? I mean, he's not much of a puncher, but he'll do. Welcome in, Corey Perry. How's Milbury Mode? I hate the AI with every fiber of my being. And they've only had control for one calendar year and shown that the caliber of their moves, not very good. See if we can bring in Marcus Foligno. And we just need a random center as a grinder or an enforcer. Somebody to take face-offs and punch faces. It won't be Paul Cotter. And Trennan, I don't believe, is very good at face-offs. He is not. Zemgus Gergensons, the Zemgus. Why not? We can bring in Gergensons. Bam. Okay. So we got a couple of dudes who we can definitely send down if we need to, if certain players develop. But otherwise, it's not going to be a very good team. But let's be honest, it wasn't going to be a very good team anyway. Like, Brad Marchand was not the difference between this team being good and not. So, I want to advance a couple of days. I want to see what the AI does for the coaching staff. It brought in a D-rated option and 1 scout. Fuck. So yeah, our staff department is going to be awful. This we know. And Joachim Kamel accepted the qualifying offer. I gotta be honest, I forgot all about him. I forgot all about him. He definitely smarter than the AI then. I mean, it's not difficult to do. That's not saying much, you know? That is not saying much. That bar is on the floor. All right. Season 2. We have control. You have scoring on high or medium. The default, which I think is medium with high shooting, I believe is the default. Just figured, why mess around with it? Just, it is what it is. Solomonson's our lone RFA at this stage. I actually don't know if I want to sign him yet. He might be too good and be in kind of a competing role. So goaltenders, Wall and Jari with the triple goalie tandem in the AHL. The defense. So yeah, if Solomonson wants top 4 time, he might have to go. He might have to go, unfortunately. I don't want to risk stunting any form of development because we got a bunch of people that I know I can't get rid of. So Solomon is only a top 6 right now. Okay, we can have him for at least 1 more year, and then it's the AI's problem. So welcome in, Mr. Solomonson. Yeah, Hulk, indeed. Every night it picks a couple of bands. It's just like, hey, you want to listen to them all the time? And it's like, not really. Too bad. Okay, so we have some decisions to make here. Some decisions. So defensively, really quick, actually with forwards. Because of the preseason training, Gergensons, Perry, Foligno, we'll send them down. Kuzmenko, Brazeau, Nemesnikov. Can definitely send some of these guys down. We want prospects. The best prospects that we have in terms of potentials, which isn't much in the way of our defense right now. But the best prospects that we have in terms of potential who might benefit... Okay, this is glitching out like hell. But those who might benefit from that extra training. I'm not going to do like goals for the season or off-season training. It's worth it, kind of, but it just takes so goddamn long. But the preseason training is always quick and easy. So I don't think we have any defenders that are above that medium 6. Mazar was on a low 6, and Riker Lee is on a medium 6. So let's get those 2 up there. And then, yeah, guys like Spence, Artemonov, like, these are the guys that need an extra bit of training. So Druin and Svechnikov can go down. We don't want to send guys down to the AHL if they have a clause, because it'll auto-call them back up before the end of the preseason and kind of screw over the whole thing. So that's the whole deal there. Why is McCargo unprotected? I think they just have too many other clauses that the game is like, well, we absolutely have to protect this individual. I think that's the issue. All right, so Solomonson and Schmitz can stay there. The low 6s are not going to be able to stay. And honestly, the high 9s, I don't know if they're going to make the cut either. I don't know if they're going to make the cut either, because we had quite a few people at center. Gillies. Ender, this is the last update from the Vasi Tactics 2G roster from July 10th, I think is the date. All right, so Hughes is a low 6. Aside from that, we look okay. We can send down Brazo and Hughes. Okay. So was there anybody else then? We could go low 6. We could go with the high 9s. There's 2 high 9s and a couple of low 6s. Some even more high 9s, to be honest. Let's go for Kamel and Chibrikov. There we go. And then 3 others to absolutely round it out and absolutely fill this roster to the brim with talent. So, Tinas Luke Koblar. We traded for the Leafs from, and then probably the lows. So, Mazar and Holtz. There we go. So, that'll at least be the preseason roster. Certainly won't be the final version of the roster. Beyond that, I think we're okay, because we're not going to do everything else. It at least did give us a coaching staff. It's just not very good. It gave us scouts as well. Again, I love that setting where it's like, hey, only do amateur scouts. But they kind of fucked it. Apparently, Europe just doesn't exist. We don't have a single USA scout either. That's nuts. Okay. Again, case in point, if this is what the AI is doing when I can see what it's doing, what are they doing with every other computer-controlled team during a playthrough, you know? It might be a different kind of AI logic system it's pulling from, but I doubt it. I doubt it. All right. Well, there we go. We'll fix it up a little bit. Canadian team really said fuck the U.S. and its tariffs, all right? All right. So, Caden Zinger, our head coach. Don't really care about the season goal. What I care about is the preseason training, and we can lose some discipline to up the strength, checking, and aggression. Season goal, good enough to make the playoffs, he says. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The forward core is going to be hurting a bit. Cale Makar is, yeah, I mean, you're going to be on the first pair this year. Shut up. Glad to hear that. Yes, you'll be. Am I going to have to do this every goddamn year? Oh, shoot, what's going on? Hopefully every year I don't have to be like, yes, Cale, we're going to adhere to our contract. Yes, Cale. Yes, Cale. You know, I'm doing all right. No complaints. Just waiting for this AI to continue to ruin my life. Does it on a pretty consistent basis. All right. So, let's finalize the first year version of the team that I have put together. So, defensively, Salmonson did go up to a medium 4. You bastard. I knew you were going to do that. And now I'll get in trouble if I try to trade him. Oh, you traded him too early. I mean, we'll probably just put Adam Larson on the third pair then. So when it comes to the forwards, Brazo and Perry will get the call up. Lee and Mazar can go down. Left wing side, bunch of dudes. Kuzmenko, Drouin, Foligno. For Spence, Artemonov, and Yzerman, who I can't guarantee will make the team yet. Chibrikov is also out of the conversation in favor of Gergensons. Adam Sikora is also pushing to make this team. Koblar and Gillies will go down. Nemesnikov will get the call up. Hage will go down. The Hagee. Joachim Kamel will go down as well. At least for the moment. Yeah, because Sikora wants to make this team, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. But the AHL is going to be monstrous. They are going to be so good. They are going to be so good. I got tickets to the Bruins game where they're retiring Bergeron's number. I'm jealous, but also I don't want to drop a mortgage payment for that, so. All right, so in terms of the team, it sits out Drouin and Anas. So let's see. You know what? Let's go Larson and Solomonson. We'll put Smits with Makar immediately, and then we'll go Hamilton and Lindell. So the defense actually looks pretty good. Forwards, though, this I'm not as sure about. So the original plan was like Drouin, Sorelli, Kuzmenko, Nemesnikov, Trocheck, Svechnikov, Stenberg, potentially Sam Anas, and Justin Brazeau. Where the fuck was Brazeau in this lineup? There he was. And then Perry, Gergensons, Foligno. And then you are out for Jonathan Drouin. Hulk, that's brutal. So, the scratches of Adam Sikora and Alex Holt. Sikora is a left wing, plays a two-way game. The guy to sub him in for would probably be Marcus Foligno, which could be done. I mean, he is at least younger. So maybe we do give Adam Sikora a bit of a chance. And then Alex Holtz as a sniper. Is there a glitch in the draft that just saw Florida leave out 7 goalies? No, that's just how many guys are eligible, I guess. It gets a bit nuts. Brazo can't play center. Stenberg can't play center. Nemesnikov could. Okay, I do think there's a way to at least take Anas out of the lineup. So, if we go... Yoshi, I actually missed that part, but Edmonton to Boston for that is quite the bit of travel, but if you're going to travel for any game, that's the one to travel for. All right, so if we go Holtz with Brazo and Nemesnikov, Stenberg, Sorelli, Kuzmenko, or Trocheck, doesn't really matter. Sorelli gets better chem. Drouin, Trocheck, and Svechnikov. That way it's playmaker, two-way sniper, playmaker, two-way power forward, playmaker, sniper, two-way grinder. No, Yoshi, you're fine. It's all good. I'm just having to make sure I had this team set up the way that I wanted. All right, so yeah, Foligno and Anas are not going to make this team. Both former members of the Minnesota Wild. Honestly, if Foligno gets claimed on waivers, so be it. He did not. Okay. So yeah, that AHL team is going to be sweet. The NHL, we're definitely going to be prioritizing like young player development. So Stenberg, Sorelli, Kuzmenko. We'll have Drouin with Trocheck and Svechnikov. I mean, technically, Stenberg, Trocheck, Svechnikov, it just doesn't get as big of a plus. But that might be even better. And then Drouin, Sorelli, Kuzmenko. Again, we wanted Brazo, Nemesnikov, Holtz, Perry with Sikora, Gergensons. Okay. I think it'll do. And then obviously Smits with Makar just to try to make him better. So the AHL, just to make sure there's nobody in this lineup that I don't really care about. Sorry to Jagger Joshua. Big Milbury guy there. Let's get Riker Lee. Do you like Tim Thomas or Tuukka Rask more? I love them both equally. They were the goalie tandem that brought a cup to Boston. I love them both equally. We gotta take Marcus Foligno out of here? Lopinen, I think all these guys are the mediums, right? We'll leave Foligno in. Just to hopefully dominate, I suppose. Let me double check the defense here. All medium sixes, except for the vets. Anybody to sub in for Aaron Ness? No. Anybody to sub in for Connaughton? Just Andre Schuster. Alright, so medium sixes across the board. So we'll go Johansson and Pieniemi. Who has the better shot or puck skills? Johansson can play there. Cool. So yeah, the defense definitely leaves a bit to be desired. The goaltending is not bad on paper. Just a bunch of Russians. And now it's just the forwards and who gets that top bit of line time. So the high nines, the medium nines, the low sixes. Not the high nines. Yeah, the high nines. So like Chibrikov. I think Hughes was also a low six. And Kamel is also a high nine. We'll just go off of overall from that point. Which means Riker Lee is a medium six will be down. Medium elite, high six, high six. Ooh. Let's have Foligno on the second line at least. But these guys, I mean, Yzerman high six, Hage high six, medium elite Gillies, like, they should be able to cause a ruckus. That is my hope, is that they have the ability to cause a ruckus. The problem is, if we do that, there's no one on that second line that can take faceoffs. Fuck. So maybe we drop Gillies down instead. Maybe, just maybe. We at least need somebody that can take a face-off, so. Problem is we don't have any freaking righties. Who was the sniper of the bunch? Yeah, we'll go with the power forward and Spence. Third line is Lee, Kamel, and Chibrikov. Can Kamel at least take face-offs? All right, so we're just going to be bad at winning face-offs this year is what I'm learning. We have found the one Achilles heel to the AHL team, and that is face-offs. Good to know. Good to know. There we go. AHL team will be pretty good, though. Now, all of this might be for naught if the AI screws this all up at the end of next year. But my game plan is for us to not necessarily win the cup this season, but to get some good player development. And hopefully the AI is smart enough to go, oh, I should build this team around that guy. Instead of, oh, I could trade that guy for Casey Cizikas in a third. What's more likely to happen? Definitely the latter. Ilya Solovyov is on waivers. He is a dude. He's a dude. We'll decline. Sorry, Ilya. Antti Toimisto. Oh, boy. Also, unfortunately, just in dude category for a former early second-round pick. Sorry, Antti. We do not need you. Maybe we'll have the inverse of last year where we'll be very bad out of the gates and then figure it out from there. Casey Cizikas denier. You don't even know how to spell Cizikas. You don't even know. Can't wait to see what players the AI give away. Yeah, no, that's kind of the whole fun of this playthrough, I suppose, is me trying to put together a good team and the AI immediately shitting on my dreams. So, am I going to any Bruins games this year? I don't know. It's going to depend on ticket prices, honestly. Like, it's just so expensive to be a fucking sports fan nowadays. At least if you do everything the way you're supposed to do it. If you want to go to games, it's expensive as fuck. If you want to watch them on TV, it's expensive as fuck. So, I have plenty of other options for what I can do with my time. Instead of, also getting shafted financially while doing it. But, you never say. I haven't been to a Bruins game in a while now at this point. Fast forward 6 years and you and the AI are signing dual no movement clauses to protect yourselves. Like go to a bar. Dude, I'm not even a bar guy, and I would rather probably go to a bar for what, $30? Not even. Depends on what you get. Also, you don't want to watch a million ads of betting. Yeah, right. And yeah, I do agree with going to a bar to watch a game can also be expensive as fuck, depending on the bar. So, going in the direction of a President's Trophy this year, it's decent. We're better than I thought we'd be. I feel like 50% of my income goes towards streaming services or gas to get. Yeah, exactly, SB. Right. Like I was at the point this summer, where I'm just like, man, what am I even paying for? Like I've alternated between like Hulu TV and like DirecTV's streaming options, just depending on like what package was there that I wanted. It's like, okay, I can watch these games, and depending on price and shit, it's all just so fucking expensive now. It's like I'm not gonna do that. If I want to watch it badly enough, I'll figure it out, I'm sure, you know? But it's like, hey, if you're gonna make the preferred, like I'd prefer to just be able to turn my TV on and watch a game. But if you're gonna make it way too pricey to do that, then sorry if I find a different way. You know? Sorry. I've just started watching highlights. Exactly. Like if it's something I'm really interested in, Shred, yes, injuries are off just for timing's sake. If it's something I'm truly interested in, like, man, odds are the fucking account for whatever it is live tweeting what's happening and posting clips. So there's that. Then not to mention highlights afterwards. Like the vast majority of what I spend time watching is YouTube. So I'm like, all right, fuck it. Like, I'm good to go. This team is so much better than I thought they'd be. We are first in the division at 40, 16, and 6. What the hell, man? I really didn't think we'd be this decent, but here we are. Your boy knows how to build a team in terms of spare parts. Now, Trocheck has 65 points in 62 games, which is great. He, Stenberg, Svechnikov are doing pretty well, and hopefully Stenberg will win the Calder. Sorelli, Kuzmenko, Drouin, but they haven't been awful. Nemesnikov, Perry, Adam Sikora's done okay. It's really been that third line. Alex Holtz only has 7 goals. Is there a keyword for this challenge? There isn't, but Marsteller, the thing to pay attention for is one season, I control the team. Next season, the AI controls the team. This is a me season. This is a me, Mario. Cale Makar, 77 points and a plus 31. Albert Smith's doing well, but I don't know if he's ever going to be a big point-producing defender if he's not able to do so alongside a prime Cale Makar. Salmonson's doing pretty damn well, though. Don't know what the AI is going to do with him. And Walden Jari's actually been pretty good. He's barely played, though. So, if we did want to change anything about the team, which you could certainly argue don't do that based off of how we're doing. Marsteller, I'm completely avoiding that aspect of the game. So, I don't know. But yes, they do. But yeah, I'm avoiding it entirely. Is there anybody who has developed into an NHLer? Foligno's still there. Malcolm Spence now wants to be an NHLer. Okay. Did I hear that Bruce Arena got hit by a beer today? I did not. I haven't heard Bruce Arena's name in a very, very long time. All right, so Foligno and Spence. Let me take a look with Holtz, right? Because it's power forward, playmaker. That would be another power forward. It's not impossible to make that work. It's maybe not completely ideal. I think we can make that work, though. Guess a fan got mad and threw it at him from the stands. Oof. Marsteller, all good, dude. Take it easy. I don't think we're going to worry about Foligno and if he ends up being upset because there's just really nobody to take him out of the lineup for, except for maybe Corey Perry, who's actually been pretty good this year. So yeah, Holtz, you're not going to have any trade value at this stage. Let's swap you out for Malcolm Spence. And we'll give him a chance. We will give him a chance. Perry doing Perry things. Ageless Wonder. So we could go... Dusty. Yeah, Mac and Dwayne. Dusty. 48 months. The ride has certainly been great. Checks in the mail, brother. Dusty, what's up, dude? How are ya? What do I want to do here? Playmaker on each line. We could just play Spence on... I don't know if I want to go power forward. I don't know if I want to swap Brazeau for Kuzmenko, though. But that second line hasn't been crushing it. But if we go Drouin, Cirelli, Brazeau, Spence, Nemesnikov, Kuzmenko, just to spread the wealth a bit. Man, Holtz had power play time, too. He was doing nothing with it. All right, whoops. So, fuck it. We'll just put Malcolm Spence on the power play for now. I don't know if we're going to do anything at the trade deadline here. I guess we'll figure that out as we go. You know, we're going to give Malcolm Spence every opportunity here. And then down in the AHL, unless there's like some really good options available elsewhere. I don't even know if I'm worried about putting Holtz into the lineup. I mean, he's 25. He's not going to get that much better. I guess I will still put him in, but it's fine. We'll swap him around with Riker Lee. That works. So yeah, whether or not we do anything at the deadline, that is just all going to come down to who's available. You know, players that might be on expiring contracts, anything like that. So, let's see. My dream would be that we win the Stanley Cup right now, though. And this is a one-and-done type of thing. Ooh, Quinn Hughes is available, huh? Let's go Trade Finder. I don't think we have anybody in particular, except for maybe Svatos, that I'd like to trade. This guy's worth a second-round pick. Martian, Stahl. Okay, so we could definitely use him as a tack-on to make something else happen. If the problem is the AI might get rid of him before I can do anything with him. So yeah, we'll definitely pay attention to him. All right, aside from that, we're okay. Joseph Wall is on the last year of his deal. He's been playing well. Playing Wall. Dower Nilsson, but we'd have to take on Ben Sherratt. Eddie Genborg. We've had some good times with Genborg lately. Or was it like Harrison Slakinski as a high starter? Honestly, we might just run with Joseph Wall. He's been good. But the alternative, I mean, Jari's been really good when he's played too. I think we'll just stick with Joseph Wall unless there's another goalie out there that I can get. Defensively, Dougie Hamilton's on the last year of his deal. Nobody wants him, though. Solomonson is going to continue to be a bit of a problem. Does anybody want Esa Lindell? No. Does anybody want Adam Larson? No. Does anybody want Solomonson? Farabee White Cloud. Ooh, Wyatt Cullen. It's a medium 4 for a high 6. That is a pretty good return. Or funny enough, we could get Ovi and Bjorkstad. Solomonson, since we can't trade those veteran defenders, you could argue he's in line to take Dougie's spot, but I can't guarantee what the AI is going to do. But Wyatt Cullen's a 75 overall at 18. Went 13th overall in this last draft. Solomonson is good, though. He's probably not going to get that much better. Every fiber of my being is saying take this trade, but also I don't want to mess with the roster too much. But if trading Solomonson for the third line, the third pair, is that detrimental to us, then, I mean, what are we even doing? Yeah, I mean, Lindell and Larson are stuck here, at least through next year. The big question is Dougie, who I indeed might try to re-sign. We're going to send Salmonson to the Islanders for Cullen in a third, because apparently they can afford that. But that's a good move for us long-term. Maybe not short-term, but we're not only looking at selling, we're looking at buying as well if the price is right on some of these. Right wing side, Reicherle is not going anywhere. Brazo's not worth much. Could we get anything deep? We might be able to get a high 9 for Brazo. We certainly could. Oh, I mean, is there anything better than that for Brazo? 2/3, a high starter, and Emil Vinny in goal, who we could have had in the expansion draft. But no, the AI took Tristan Jarry from the same team. I still can't believe how bad some of the AI picks were. They were absolutely awful. Okay. I think we'll keep Brazo for now. Again, Holtz isn't going to be worth much. Nobody here is on an expiring deal, so I'm kind of cool with keeping it. Except for Foligno. Can we get anything for Foligno? 4th rounder. 3rd rounder. I mean, a 3rd rounder for a guy that's been in the AHL for us is pretty good. Mason West is a high 9. So right now, Marcus Foligno is going to Chicago. Or back to Minnesota for Ryder Ritchie. I think we'd rather go after West. Or we could go to Nashville, New Jersey. I mean, we kind of just have our pick. There's so many of them. So I'll go after a player I haven't used before. And we'll go for West from Chicago from Marcus Foligno. Again, guys like Drouin, Kuzmenko. We could get rid of them. Does anybody want Vinny Trocheck? No. Does anybody want Anthony Cirelli? No. Or if they do, he doesn't want to go there. Okay. Let's take a look around the league and see what these other trade blocks look like. And if there's anybody that we might want to get. I have trusted Tyler Toffoli too many times to score goals in franchise modes, and he never does. So we won't be doing that. Marcus Ruck, Pridham, high 9s. I mean, if I'm going to trade for a potential, I want somebody better than that. High 6, Ben Danford. Utah. What would Ovechkin cost? Austin and Johansson. A 2nd in Johansson. 2nd round pick for Ovi. On a price that's more of what I was willing to pay for him. I mean, he would certainly help out the top 6. And it's not that much to give up for him. There's a real good chance we're going to trade for Ovi here. Boone Jenner Chevrolet. Brazo. I'd rather have Brazo. At least for the price that he costs. Kevin Him. Patterson. There's no, like, top-notch prospects out there. A lot of high 9s, high 6s. We don't need Joel Farabee. We don't need Ryabkin. Severson, Matthew Olivier. It's not really a buyer's market here. It's some middling prospects. Although, what would Eddie Genborg cost? I do like Eddie Genborg. A 4th and a 5th. Jesus Christ, yes. For a high 9, a 4th and a 5th? Thank you very much. God damn, I'd get Eddie Genborg in every franchise mode for that price. King's getting rid of Nick Foligno. Quinn Hughes has sat out the entire year as an RFA. I don't think we could afford Quinn Hughes and Cale Makar. I might be wrong. 3rd round pick for Ryder Ritchie, no thank you. What would Riley Height cost? 3rd round pick, no thank you. See, again, the fact that we got a 4th and a 5th for one of these guys when Minnesota wants a 3rd. That was a steal for Eddie Genborg. Anybody? Okay, here we go. Finally, some medium 4s. Gustafson. No offers. What about Chase Reed? 2/3. Yeah. I'll do that. Rombach, Brazo in a 4th, Drouin in a 4th, or Spence. Ooh. Drouin hasn't been that great. Yeah, Patriot, I haven't updated them. Drouin to Nashville with a 4th for another defensive prospect, absolutely. And then Pete Reinen for Malcolm Spence is not going to happen. So, I mean, we're moving some of the veterans that we signed, but it's not like they were doing well anyway. Gergenson's in a 6th, Sikora a 5th and a 6th. Johansson in a 6th for Miguel Marquez, yes. Can we get Teddy Stiga as well? Gergenson's in a 6th, Sikora a 5th and a 6th. Yeah, we'll do that 5th and a 6th. That's fine too. What about Nilsson? Gergensen, Sikora, a 6th and a 7th. Yes. Oh, the AI is going to have so many prospects to trade away at the end of this. Good lord. Good lord. Can we get Cole Fondrick for low 6 to use in a 7th? Done deal. Done deal. I like high 9 a lot more than the low 6. Islanders with Prokhorov. A 3rd in Sikora or I hate to say it, but Sikora. 4th liner for us this year, but a 3rd and a medium 9 for a medium 6th. I'll take that every time. Nelson, no offers. What about Quinn Finley? No offers. Okay. The thing is, too, I think we have enough players to call up that we'll still be okay here. Gergensons and Holtz for Emery? Yes. That is a yes. That is another yes. Let's see. We are just wheeling and dealing here. Thomas Shabbat. 2 firsts and Kuzmenko. Gilly's a 1st and a 2nd. Okay, well, we're not going after Thomas Shabbat. We don't need Killorn. Jack Murtaugh? No offers. What about Galeg? Can we find a trade for Galeg? Brazo in a 3rd. Nemesnikov straight up. Done deal. I mean, I wasn't planning on making all of these trades, but there's no reason not to. Like, we are getting offered... Okay, a 2nd round pick is ridiculous. But we're getting these offers that are just complete no-brainers in terms of what the asking price is. I'm going to go back through and double-check here. Like, there are just these no-brainer asking prices where, yeah, like, there's no reason to not take these deals. And we are still going to have call-ups ready. We have a lot of depth forwards who are, those fringe NHLers that can get the call-up to fill out those gaps in the bottom 6. So, might we end up being worse? Yes. Were we a cup team this year? Absolutely not. Chibrikov in a 3rd for Kane? Absolutely not. But yeah, I mean, these were just no-brainer deals, honestly. We're going to be missing quite a few, like, middling draft picks, but it's a medium 6 for Ovi. At that age, that's a bit of a tough sell. But it could happen. Unless somebody gets him first, but we need to do our due diligence and just double check, because so many of these high 9s ended up being much cheaper to acquire than what they should have been. And we still have just under 2 hours in this deadline here. Looks like most of the high 9s left. Teams want 2nd rounders, so I mean, that's just not going to happen. I think you only have a 1st and a 2nd now. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's the AI draft, right? They're not going to be smart enough to get the mid-round, late-round steals. So there's no reason for them to have those picks. That said, they could easily end up trading most of the guys I just acquired. So, the more prospects, the better for me right now. So let's see if any of those guys from Carolina want to go. I do think we're still going to bring in Ovi, Because there really weren't too many other established players. Like, I'm not paying for, like, Damon Severson right now, you know? But Ovi's a game changer. He's been to Vancouver many times. You see what I did there. Again, I wish we could get Quinn Hughes, but... Third rounder and Perry for Ryder Ritchie. Perry's had a good year. But I'm going to say yes to that. I mean, just all of these veterans where it's like, all right, hey, you can immediately flip them with mid to low picks to get actual prospects. Okay. Why wouldn't I do that, right? One more time with, like, Gustafsson, Piiparainen. It's just a forward for a defenseman. Same thing there. We're not trading Malcolm Spence, especially now that we know he's NHL caliber. Let's double check with Lind and Edstrom. Nobody on New Jersey. The Islanders, again, had Nelson and Finley. I think we're good. And we'll probably give up a second-round pick and a prospect for Ovi in the final hour. Just double check with Murtaugh. No offers. Berglund. Van Saghi. Saggy? Van Saggy. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Hawkinson, no. Kettles, no. Okay. So what is the cost for Alexander Ovechkin? It's going to be one of the medium sixes and a second-round pick. Okay. Who is the lowest overall of those medium sixes? It's Prohorkov. It was a 71 at 19. Then you have Lee and Legg, both a 72 at 20. So his name is Greg Legg. Well, I can't trade him now. So it's either Riker Lee or Daniil Prohorkov. One being a power forward, one being a sniper who's not a very good shot right now. So Riker Lee and a second for Ovi. Looks like the price. Draft picks, by the way. Indeed, all we have is a first and second round pick left this year and next year. We've been cleaned out from mid-round picks, but we've actually built up a prospect pool. And because we built up a prospect pool, we can afford to use a little bit of that to get us Ovi, who can hopefully propel us to the playoffs still. So, done deal there. A very, 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 very busy trade deadline. I didn't think we would do exactly that, but I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. And we could have traded Joseph Wall, too, so case in point, right? I didn't totally sell. But with Salmonson gone, we did trade that other guy. We're going to be a little bit short on defense here. So it's going to be Lindell, McCarr, Hamilton. I need a right-handed defender. Okay, so we didn't really set ourselves up well on that front. I forgot I got rid of Johansson. So, I mean, it could be Emery. Now, in real life, I'd be able to sign at least a free agent here, but it doesn't let you do that now. So we're going to be a little bit short on defense, but it's third pair. When's 27? Like 2 weeks from now or so. So Rombach definitely goes down. Emery, Healy, could be even like Connaughton. Maybe we just give EJ Emery a chance. Maybe we do. In terms of the forwards, so Chibrikov will get the call up, but we'll send down Ritchie and Marquez. So welcome up, Mr. Chibrikov. Cullen and Greg Legg will go down for Yzerman and Artemonov. And then it's center, Hage and Gillies. All right, let's see how this team fits together now. So, I mean, Ovechkin, Sorelli, Stenberg certainly seems wonderful. Even Ovechkin, Trocheck, Stenberg. So then it's Svechnikov, Sorelli, and probably a playmaker, which we'll see. We'll see. I want to take a look at the defense as well. So again, if we go with that setup there, maybe go Larson, Emery. Still put Smits with Makar to try to brute force the development. But Larson and Emery, like, that's okay. It's not Larson and Salmonson, but it's still okay. So who do we have listed as depth forwards? Okay, so Spence definitely stays. These bottom four are depth forwards. Artemanov and Yzerman are also in that mix. Sniper, playmaker, playmaker, playmaker. Right. Right. All right, how's this all going to fit together? It's like Svechnikov, Sorelli, Kuzmenko. I want a playmaker for that second line with Sorelli and Svechnikov. Could probably be Mikey. Could be Chibrikov. Could definitely be Artemanov as well. Let's give Chibrikov a chance at his age. How much worse can he really be than what Jonathan Drouin was doing, you know? So then the third line, Brazo, Kuzmenko. We need another playmaker, one that can play center. Let me sub out Malcolm Spence for the moment, because we know he's going to make the team. Artemanov. I mean, Gillies and Hage are the only two centers. Hage is a bit more ready. Put him with Kuzmenko and Brazo. And then that fourth line, it's either Kamel or Yzerman, Artemanov or Gillies. So I think Gillies makes it because he's at least a playmaker. Gets Spence in for that physicality as a power forward. And then Kamel's probably in as the sniper. So Yzerman and Artemanov go down. And I still think this team's looking pretty good. We're missing that veteran grit. But I think we can survive without it. Hopefully. At least it's there on defense quite a bit. And then, of course, the AHL is still going to be stacked. Yeah, I feel like we survived a bit of that fire sale pretty well. Like, I mean, it was a bit of a fire sale, I'll say that. Obviously, EJ Emery's the really lone, like, oh boy, really, we're playing that guy already. But you get Ovi onto this team and onto the power play him with Stenberg and Trocheck, and all of a sudden, we are looking that much better. And then, honestly, we can just go best lines in the AHL with the exception of Sam Anas, who will get out of there for Mason West. Everybody else, I think, can stay. Except maybe Marquez. But... And then defensively, let's get Rombach in over Ness. And Schuster will stay. Put him with Connaughton. So, AHL takes a little bit of a hit. NHL is still looking pretty good. I mean, the only concern in the top six is Chibrikov. And who knows, he might do great. All right, I mean, 86 passing as a playmaker, 89 offensive awareness. He's with Sorelli and Svechnikov. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we, and by we, I mean me, let's see if we absolutely destroyed any chemistry that this team had. But if we did, that's okay, because I elected to play the long game instead of overly investing. Simon, what's going on? It's been an interesting one to watch so far, dare I say. Dare I say, it has been an interesting little playthrough so far, and we're not even 2 full seasons in. But, you know, You never know what the hell you're going to get with this game. Oh, yeah, we are certainly losing some more games. Certainly losing some more games. We've lost quite a bit. Oh, boy. Now, here's the thing. This might have happened anyway. You don't know. We might have lost anyway. You don't know. Oh, man, we are really shitting the bed, though. But we have made the playoffs if Caden Zinger is talking to us. Made the playoffs, built up the prospect pool at the same time. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. We're definitely not going to win this division, though. And we might surrender home ice to the Maple Leafs for the first round, but we're okay. We're okay. We have at least made the playoffs. We might get obliterated once we're there. But yeah, we fell from the 1 seed to the 3 seed in the conference. Blue Jackets still have a game to play. Okay. So we'll be playing Toronto in the first round of the playoffs. The Canadiens will play the Lightning, the Flyers will play the Panthers, and the Islanders will play the Blue Jackets. In the West, you have the Wild taking on the Oilers, Kings, Canucks, Golden Knights, and Preds, Avs, and Blackhawks in the first round. Cale Makar led this team on 94 points. Amongst forwards, though, it was Vinny Trocheck, 85 points, 31 goals. Ovi, 16 points in 19 games, 8 goals. Not bad. Not bad. Not insane. Probably not worth what we gave up for him, but who knows? Maybe he can turn it on in the playoffs. Svechnikov, 59 points. Stenberg, hopefully that's Rookie of the Year right there. Then you got Sorelli, bit disappointing. Kuzmenko, only 13 goals. Oof. Chipperkov, 6 points in 19 games, a -6. Kamel, 5 points, no goals. As a sniper, 4 points in 19. Okay, yeah, so, the youth movement, they have no motion right now. They were not very good. Defensively, though, Makar, 94 points. Hamilton on 62. Smits on 13, plus 16 overall. And then Emery, 2 points and a +1 since joining at the deadline. Goaltending was still pretty good. What happened league-wide? 105 points for Kaprizov was enough for the scoring title. McKinnon, the only other Centurion. And then Pasternak, Natchez, and Eriksson Ek, rounding up the top 5. Top goal scorers, McKinnon, Pasternak, Bedard, Reinhart, and McDavid was tied with Arturi Lehkonen. Okay. Defensively, 94 points from Makar. That'll be a Norris. You had Adam Fox, Roman Josi, Brock Faber, Shea Theodore, top 5. The little right defender, Connor Bedard. I mean, the GOAT right defender, Connor Bedard. He could be the next Cale Makar. Winningest goaltenders, Spencer Knight tied with Philip Gustafsson and Joseph Wall. And you also had Vassy and Binnington. Binnington now in LA. Do you know what I'm memeing? I do. And then shutouts, Wall, Hill, Dostal, and Wallstead. 6 apiece. Although I do wonder how many people thought, oh, SB saying something like that? Streamer must have misspoke. But then again, there wasn't any but streamer emotes in chat this time. Save percentages are still pretty good for goalies, too. For the rookies, that's Stenberg's award. They are not going to give it to Matthias Lach. That's not happening. Parker McGroarty was up there for Pittsburgh. Berkeley Catton. That is definitely Stenberg's. Calder. Where was, I don't even know if McKenna played for Montreal this year. I don't think they played him. Damn. So maybe McKenna will win it next year. So before we get to this playoff run, LOL, expiring contracts. We talked about this before, right? I want Dougie Hamilton to come back. He doesn't want to come back. $62 points, though. 62 points, though. Kamel, Chibrikov, Pianiemi should all sign. Goalie-wise, Joseph Wall's deal is coming up. So is Jari's. I don't really want to give $6 million to a goalie. Do we sign? It's a 3-year deal for Dougie. He's worth it in the short term, but not in the long term. He's worth it in the short term, but not in the long term. But he actually had a better year this year than last. Be sure to thank Bowen Byram for ruining the market, right? Can we afford to do that when we're already paying Cale Makar $20 million? And now we have Ovi on the books at 7.5 through next year. I do want to see if he's willing to negotiate at all. If I drop that down to a 1-year deal, no. Even a 2. He wants 3. Yeah, we'll probably give him 8 by 25. Yeah, that's the problem. We have $25 million to spend. Shit. He is willing to take a little bit of a discount from the looks of it. What if we do 11? 11 by 3. No movement clause. Instead of the no movement, what if we do the no trade? And we do a 17-team no trade in the last year of his deal. If he takes that, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Or the modified, even actually just the outright modified no trade could be pretty good. It could be pretty good. Does he care? No, he doesn't. No movement clause, modified no trade. If we just do... I mean, the full no trade clause, only 4-team no trade. If he accepts that, we do it. If he accepts that, we definitely do it. The expansion goes as expected for 2030. The only player the Sharks would be forced to protect is Darnellers. That's insane. That is insane. Simon, sorry I'm late getting back to that. Sorry I'm late. Anyway. Yeah, Hulk, I don't know why the bot's not working well tonight. Yeah, it's just outright not working. Maybe if I close. It's called Do Right by Jimmy's Chicken Shack. I shit you not. That is the name of that band. I'll restart Spotify and see if that helps. But yeah, again, so in terms of this playthrough, it is 1 year of control, then 1 year of control for the AI. We alternate. So we have to work in tandem, or the AI will be trying to murder me and ruin my hopes and dreams. There it is. There it is. Okay. Playoff time it is. For the very first time. What we will do before double-checking our lines is advance the day. Because now we'll be able to send people down without waivers if we want to. Which we're probably going to want to because those call-ups were shaky. Goalies, though, we know it's pretty straightforward. Defensively, Emery has jumped already to a depth defenseman. So is Healy. We'll stick with Emery. Yeah, EJ's earned a spot onto this team. So for the forwards, the question is, I think most of these guys are skill players. Unfortunately, Spence can stay. Is there anybody here who was not necessarily... All right, Stiga's a 2-way at least. He's not very good. Joshua's a grinder. Genborg's a 2-way. Maybe just to get a different type of player onto this team, you know? Felix Nilsson, playmaker. He's really developed up. All right, so we definitely have some of those two ways. If I go back to these lines, we know Chibrikov is a playmaker. Really didn't work. I wish he did. We could play Hage there, though. I mean, he's not a right wing, but I don't really care. Reality, I'd be telling him to play right wing. Fuck you. So, we're not really worried about Gillies. So then from here, Svechnikov, Sorelli, Hage, Ovi, Trocheck, Stenberg, Kuzmenko with Brazo. I want a playmaker there, which is probably Gillies. So Chibrikov, Spence, and Kamel. Chibrikov, Spence, and Kamel. Or honestly, Nilsson could get the call up instead. We might do that. Maybe we'll leave Gillies. All right. So Spence, Chibrikov, and Kamel. Who are we bumping up just to try to get some more defensive forwards into this lineup? Because let's be honest, the fourth line, they're not going to cost us this series. So we can get Teddy Stiga. So left wing center. Jagger Joshua at left wing. Lopinen as a center. Maybe we'll put Stiga left wing, Lopinen center, and Genborg on the right. So, I mean, the overall of the fourth line, not going to be great. Not going to be great. But Ovechkin, Sorelli, Stenberg, swap them with Trocheck. Svechnikov, Sorelli, and Hage. Put Gillies with Kuzmenko and Brazo. And then Stiga, Lopin, and Genborg, because at least they can be more defensive. And then we'll still do Smits, Makar, Lindell, Hamilton, Larson, and Emery. Goaltending stays the same. AHL, in case they've made the playoffs, we'll just go best lines at this stage. And whatever happens, happens. I actually didn't check their record, so we should probably do that. Where they have not made the playoffs. So, okay, their season's done. But the main teams is not. And Dougie Hamilton will be back with that modified no-trade clause. Let's go. So we got that business done with Dougie. Do you have a limit on how many trades the AI does, or can it trade? So when the AI is in control, the AI sets up its own trade block. So if we get an offer, we have to accept it. And that is where the pain comes from. That is where the pain can definitely come from. They have full control over re-signings, free agent signings, the draft, trades, all of it. So, and they will be taking control in 2 months' time. What do the Toronto Maple Leafs look like? We know that Matthew Knies is still there because the AIGM didn't take him in the expansion draft. I'm not mad about it. Knies is playing with Austin Matthews and William Nylander. Second line is Jack Roslovic, John Tavares, and Nick Paul. Colton Sissons is with JT Compher and Mikey Asamont. Easton Cowan is on the fourth line with Casey Middlestat and Dakota Joshua. The defense is Jake McCabe and Chris Tanev. Still top pair for Chris Tanev, huh? That is a bit of a choice. That's a bit of a choice. Second pair is Darren Radish and Morgan Riley. Third pair, Oliver Lawson Tossum, as he was once called, with Emile Andre. Goaltender is Bobrovsky and Stolars. Riley Radish sounds painful. I mean, 5 forwards on the ice, baby. Healthy scratches, Brandon Duhaime, Teddy Bluger, and Troy Stetcher. I mean, they're better, but they're not that much better, in my opinion. You know? They're not that much better. They'll probably beat the hell out of us here. But I don't think they're that much better than us. Maybe I'm just overconfident. Game number 1 of this series. First period, 2-0 Leafs. Comfer and Tanev. Of course, we traded Comfer to them. Second period, 3-0 Leafs. John Tavares. Third period, 4-1 Maple Leafs. Our lone goal, his first NHL goal, Lopanen. Oof. If our fourth liner is the only one scoring in a game, that's some bad news for us. Bobrovsky is indeed on the case, and we lose game number 1. I might regret that Alexander Ovechkin acquisition. Ovi, we need you, buddy. We need you. Call in some favors from Vlad and get some people pushed out of windows. We need to... Allegedly. Game number 2. First period, 1-0 Quebec. Alexander Ovechkin. Yeah, let's go, baby. Let's go. Second period, 2-0. Teddy Stiga, another fourth line goal. Let's go. Let's go. What's that alleged story? I have no idea what you're talking about. What story? Third period, 3-1. Andrei Svechnikov. Offset by Austin Matthews, but we take a game away from Toronto on the road. Joe Wall's return. Beautiful. Speaking of Russia, I decided to start reading again and made the mistake of starting Crime and Punishment. Of all the things you could read in 2026, you're reading a book from the 1800s, which in fairness is a very important book, but that is quite the choice. How insensitive. They fell out of those windows onto some bullets. Very tragic. Allegedly. Allegedly. Well, hey, we won a playoff game. Let it be known. It might be the only game that we win, but damn it, we won one. And now Santa Videotron has a playoff game. Game number 3. I'm not changing anything about the lines. First period. 3-0 Maple Leafs. Oof. 2 goals for Matthews, and 1 for Bruins legend Mikey Eyssimont. Second period, 3-1. Albert Schmitz gets his first career playoff goal. And in the third period, we fought back. Svechnikov, and as he was once called, Michael Hagee. But it wasn't enough. As Michael Eyssimont scored again. I don't understand how he keeps getting away with this. But he does. Mr. Hage Thompson. I'm watching him 144p because I'm on data. That's commitment right there. You're listening to a podcast. You're not watching the stream. You're listening to a podcast at that point. I'll try to be more descriptive like it was a sports radio broadcast, but... First star of the game, Svechnikov. Hage got the second, but Eyssimont, 2 goals, your third star. He should have been the first. All right, 2-1 Leafs in this series. Both teams have won on the road already. And we'll go game 4. If we lose this game, we'll have to consider some lineup changes. We'd be down 3-1. First period, 1-0 Maple Leafs. Jack Roslovic. Oh, my God. Second period, 2-2. Ovechkin on the power play. Kuzmenko to give us the lead. And then Austin Matthews ties it at 2 apiece. Third period, it fell apart. Only goal for us was Albert Schmitz. However, that is after 3 goals from the Leafs. Austin Matthews, Dakota Joshua, and an empty netter from Nick Paul. Toronto is up 3-1. Damn. Damn. All right. I also made the mistake of buying the Penguin Classics version, and the book is already falling apart. Those damn Penguins. Well, Ovi's got 2 goals in this series. Trocheck has 1 point. Stenberg has 1 point. I mean, the second line's done kind of well. I don't really want to break them up. Third line's done nothing. The fourth line's actually been kind of decent. This is going to sound nuts. Trocheck, you're going down to the third line. Hage goes to the second line, or first line to play with Ovi and Stenberg. And we will do Gillies, Sorelli, Svechnikov, Kuzmenko, Trocheck, Brazeau. Maybe. You know, if we're going to... yeah, fuck it. If we're going to break up that second line, let's do the more obvious move. Yeah. Put Sorelli on the top line, I guess. No, Flo, what's up, man? Smits hasn't exactly been ready for prime time. Let's swap him around with Essa Lindell. But yeah, we didn't really expect much. Getting to the playoffs is nice, but the odds we were going to go on a run was pretty slim, even before I made those trades. But we tried to set ourselves up for the future. Matthew Nyes scores to start the game. Gillies gets his first ever playoff goal. Second period, Smits scores again. Third period, we're going to OT. Hage scores, but Nyes and Roslovich send it to overtime. And we might as well see how this plays out. Game 5 in Toronto. Can we keep our season alive? Or will the Leafs eliminate us in 5 games? Let us find out. Milbury Mode, care to elaborate? We alternate years between me controlling the team and the AI GM controlling the team, a.k.a. Mike Milbury, because he's an idiot. If you need a refresher on how dumb the AI GMs often are, I will refer you to earlier in the stream, oh my god, where we saw said AI go through the expansion draft and leave players like Matthew Nyes on the table. Leave players like Wyatt Johnston and Thomas Harley available. It was a disaster, and I hated it. No, Flo, I had a series. Taker gifted a hell of a lot of gifted subs and said this was the challenge he wanted to see, so I said sure. You know, kind of bypassing the channel points and just saying, here, streamer, have money, do this thing. And I'm like, all right, fine. I'm a sellout, I don't care. Oh, McCabe up ahead to Nyes, who should have been a Nordique, but he is not. Nyes is going to win this right here, isn't he? Nice save. Good job, Wall. Captain Cale Makar, though, was selected. Don't underestimate Toronto's ability to choke. That's coming from a Leafs fan. That's fair. That is fair, but I don't know about this time. McCabe denies. Saved by Wall. We are just getting hemmed into our own zone early on. But yeah, I mean, you know, I've been willing to be a sellout for a while. Got to make the Seattle expansion draft look decent. I mean, the fact that we got Cale Makar, it was immediately better than Seattle's expansion. But, oh my god. It could have been Vegas expansion on steroids. Svechnikov denied by Bobrovsky. What a save. What a save. Matthews for Nyes. Broken up. Nyes wins it back. Wall keeps it out. Nylander to Nyes. Matthews for Tanev. That deflects wide. Tanev scores! The Toronto Maple Leafs will advance to the second round, knocking the Nordiques out in 5 games. Damn. The Vegas expansion itself wasn't insane. It was the trades around it. True, but, I mean, they did get some key players, you know, directly through the picks. Obviously, some of the picks, though, you know, they made specifically because, hey, we'll give you this to not take these players. It's crazy to look back on because it was almost a decade ago. It was over 9 years ago. It was over 9 years ago that expansion draft happened. But, you know, like they did get like a, well, actually Marchessault there might have been like, hey, please take Marchessault. Pretty sure the Kings also said, please take Braden McNabb. There was quite a bit of that, in fairness. But, yeah. So happy that even the rally towels are stiff. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Toronto knocks us out. I can't be overly surprised or overly disappointed. It is what it is. But we'll never know. Had I not tried to plan for the future a little bit more, what would have happened this season? But that said, in terms of trusting the youth, Michael H. was great. He had 5 points in 5 games. Svechnikov with 4, but then it really dipped. Like, the fact that Teddy Stiga scored as many goals as Kuzmenko was brutal. I wasn't really expecting much from Kuzmenko. Like Trocheck, Sorelli, Stenberg, no goals between the 3 of them. Eddie Genborg was the only forward, and he was our 4th line right wing. So, defensively, Makar, point per game. Albert Schmitz had 3 goals, which is nuts. Lindell, Larson, and Emery all without a point. And then goalie-wise, unfortunately... Hello, Mosquito. Oh, you did. Oh, you died. You fucking died. Get shit on. You picked the wrong house today. Or any day. Joseph Wall didn't do that well. But that is okay. So... could technically tell people to do the off-season focus. It takes so freaking long. I don't want to deal with it. This is the Landon Dupont, Alexi Joseph draft. A lot of people are thinking Alexi Joseph's going to drop pretty far in this upcoming draft, but as someone who is geographically closest to St. John with the Sea Dogs, fuck you, he's going to be the best. Is there anything for us to do here before we lose control of this team? I don't think there is. As we say hello to Lamp. I almost thought this was the yeah, right? Shout out to the main Nordiques, indeed, but no, it was requested for it to be Quebec. I don't think I'm going to try to sign Joseph Wall. Like, it's just a goalie, and the AI will do its thing. I mean, Gerasimyuk, I guess we could try to re-sign this guy so that we don't lose him. He's got 1 year left of status. So at least make sure he's still around. Pianiemi is only a medium 6, but I don't want to lose this guy either. So just give him a 3-year deal. All of these UFAs can go. Even Numanen. Kamel, I don't think will be good enough to get an offer sheet. He's got 3 years left. Let's just sign him now. 1275. We'll see if he takes it. Chibrikov is 24, but we still have time left for him. So let's try to make sure he signs. Jagger Joshua could obviously go, and then Samanos could go as well. Okay. It's pretty much all we can do. The rest of it's going to be in the AI's hands. Again, once that cup is awarded. But we re-signed Dougie. We re-signed Joachim Kamel. We have done what we have needed to do. But I must turn the keys over. Ghost, take it easy, by the way. I went through 25 rosters, found Stiga and created player. He was definitely someone that was up there. It was like, this guy could be pretty good. Obviously happens every year, right? It's all best guess. But who knows? Maybe he could still end up being pretty good. Is he still with Nashville? I mean, he's still playing NCAA, so it's early to say. What did he do last year? 21 points in 31 games? He could still maybe be something. You never know. The Edmonton Oilers have won the Stanley Cup. The San Jose Barracuda have won the Calder Cup. And it's time to turn the keys over to Mikey. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but it is time to turn the keys over. Trade notifications are on. Auto-signed free agents on. Minor league head coach, yes. NHL head coach, yes. And we have officially turned over control of this team for 1 calendar year. I'm genuinely scared. I'm genuinely scared. The Oilers winning the cup over Montreal in 5 games. The Habs beat the Lightning in the first round in 6, the Leafs in 7, the Islanders in 5. The Oilers made their way past Minnesota, Chicago, LA, and then, of course, Montreal in the All-Canadian final. I don't know if you talked about this specifically since individual attributes dropped. How do you feel about McDavid? So I did put out a video about that you can check out. I'm not opposed to kind of summing it up, but however, I'm going to drop the link in chat. Ha! And you can at least like the video. Maybe leave it playing in the background. Same for the Twitch chat there. Hello, Endo. Endo can't sleep. Somebody's anxious. Hello, Endo. Don't worry, I'll bore you to death. But yeah, the title of that episode is that, hey, it's style over substance, that it's marketing over realism, and it's true. Like, they have Connor McDavid for NHL 27 at a 99 overall. For him to get there, you have no choice but to boost up his defensive awareness, his physicality, and shit like that. Like, again, the idea of Connor McDavid being a 99 overall, cool, whatever. But if you want to copy Madden's marketing, then you needed to adjust the rating system to account for somebody actually being a 99. Because Connor McDavid, in the way that being a 99 overall, what that means in this game, he is not a 99 overall. But if you want to argue IRL, he is, like, cool. But, you know, nobody, man, imagine Freddie Anderson wins a cup for Edmonton. You know, in no way can you argue that Connor McDavid is an elite defensive player or an elite shot blocker, an elite body checker as well, you know? Oh, goodness. So, again, Season 1, AI had control. Vegas wins the cup. Season 2, the Oilers win the cup when we had control. The AI gets control of the team again now moving forward for a year. Kirill Kaprizov won the Art Ross Trophy. He also won the Hart Trophy. The Norris goes to Cale Makar. Thank God we re-signed him. The Bing to Kaprizov. Calder to Stenberg. And no, why would you do that? Stenberg does win the Calder, which is great. Obviously, had we done the further in-depth system, it would have been nice, right, to do whatever, but hopefully he still gets a boost. I've been binging the Coyotes series, so I must have missed it. That's fair. I also don't know how much some of my videos really show up in people's feeds, man. You know? I mean, I'm okay with it. It is what it is. But at the same time, you know, like, I've had so many people over the years be like, hey, I didn't really see these videos and shit like that. So I don't know. It is what it is. But that's always my recommendation is like, hey, have you been meaning to watch something and it hasn't shown up for you? Then manually check the channel, please. Please and thank you. McDavid won the Conn Smythe, no surprise. The Vezina went to Sergei Bobrovsky. Thank you, Enda. John Gibson won the Jennings. Jack Adams to Dean Evison. Okay. Selke Trophy to Sidney Crosby. Ted Lindsay to Kaprizov. Rocket Richard to Nathan McKinnon. In the AHL, I think that's Matt Maggio, isn't it? Sorry if I forgot your first name, Mr. Maggio. But he was the leading scorer for Bridgeport, which is weird that Bridgeport won't be in the game next year. He was also league MVP. Dude named Hilbert was the top goal scorer, while Ulrichsen was the top rookie for Abbotsford. Nicoletti, top defenseman. Vitek Vanacek, top goalie. And Charlene Valenius. Little Charlene Valenius was the MVP of the Calder Cup winning San Jose Barracuda. Okay. The keys have been turned over. This is no longer my team. And I'm scared. You know? Like, we've done okay. in terms of acquiring prospects. I mean, Smits is up to an 81. Like, that was kind of my target for year one, was develop a prospect pool. The question is, how quickly does the AI waste those prospects and trade them all away? So, here we go. No touching. Play the clip. No touching for the upcoming year, as the Pittsburgh Penguins have the first overall pick and will probably end up with Landon DuPont. Phenomenal for them. It is, Matt. Hey, can't wait for them to trade McCarr for a fifth. Ooh. Wow, Crosby retired early. Crosby, Giroux, Perry, Perron. Yeah, Crosby retired at the end of season 2. Endo, that's fair. You don't want to introduce the parents too early. Brent Burns is also gone as a cup champion in Edmonton. McDonough, Ekholm, Kulikov, Hamonic. And goalies, Ranta, Pickard, and Magnus Hellberg. Funny dude. What? You don't want, you don't want to bring up too many of the important things early on. You don't want to bring up, best friends, parent. It's got to be about you. Giroux becomes a coach. Crosby becomes a scout. It's a rough picture of Ranta. Yeah. All right. Not allowed to edit the trade block. I wish. Here we go. Here we go. No trades before we make the 23rd selection in the draft. But looking through so far, DuPont is a Penguin. Joseph goes to the Jets. Privilov to Calgary. Rocco Pelosi to San Jose. Jacobson, Skvortsov, Denny Zhilkin. James Scantleberry. Muted, what's up, man? Brock Cripps goes to the Bruins. Luca Blonda, Dorian Eklandas, Brock England, Schaefer Gordon Carroll, and we will end up selecting Nolan Fitzhenry. Okay. We've used Fitzhenry in series before. All right. Welcome in, Mr. Fitzhenry. That is our final, and that's our only and final pick of the draft. Perfect. We didn't get a single trade offer through the entire draft. Our only pick is Nolan Fitzhenry. Outstanding. I made it pretty much impossible for the AI to screw me over in the draft this year. At least for now. Delightful. Delightful, delightful. All right. In terms of the re-sign phase, and Wrath, take it easy too, our head coach is, well, his deal is up. There's nothing we can do about that. So expiring deals, I mean, there's really nobody that we're worried about. They're not signing from the looks of it, any of these dudes either. Looks like Joseph Wall might be on the outs. Let's find out. If we sim forward another day, we should know for sure. Yeah, Tristan Jarry has been released. Thank God. But Joseph Wall is also gone. So we will have a new goalie next year. A new tandem of goalies, as it were. And we ended up signing Miroslav Svatos as a goalie prospect. Okay. So free agency this year, again, there's nothing I can do about it. But RFAs, Alexander Nikishin, Jake Neighbors, James Schnugerud, good old Jimmy, Emil Hemming, Doc. UFAs, we have already sent an offer to Ricard Raquel. Sure. I'd rather you just spend the money on Clayton Keller, but we have already sent an offer out to Ricard Raquel. Goalies out there, Joe Wall, Alex Lyon, Ingram. The only offer out right now so far is Ricard Raquel. Okay. We'll see what happens. We also signed Fitzhenry. We signed Braden McNabb, but are going to be trading him and a third-round pick to Calgary for Matt Coronado and a fourth. not the worst offer in the world. I wonder if I'll get in trouble for technically signing and trading McNabb. I mean, I'm a little bit worried about what Coronado's getting paid. But Braden McNabb and a third for Matt Coronado and a fourth. Bakers, I have, actually. I mean, McNabb, only 1 year deal, just under $5 million, but we got to take it. That is a done deal. And we are trading Justin Brazeau and a fourth to the Vegas Golden Knights for 2 third-round picks. Goodbye, Mr. Brazeau. Trying to stop the Sims so I can look at certain signings. Liljegren goes to Nashville. Morgan Frost to Pittsburgh. Faxa, Bunting, Coleman. We ended up signing Philip Kurashev to a 1 year deal. JT Compher goes to Vancouver. Casey Middlestat back to Boston. Braden Shen goes to Vancouver. I don't see us signing a goalie. Jordan Stahl to Florida. Don't see us signing a goalie. Of course, we signed McNabb. Nikishin stayed in Carolina. Farabee went to Chicago. We're going to have like a 50 overall goalie next year. And like a 77. Chris Kreider to Utah. Wall ended up getting a big 4-year deal from New Jersey. Oh, thank God. Edmonton signed Rickard Rakell, not us. And Clayton Keller got a big 7-year deal from Pittsburgh. But yeah, Rickard Rakell went to Edmonton, not here. Fair enough. We keep going. We keep going. Ruslan Vorobiev we signed. Andrei Kuzmenko, along with a third-round pick, will be traded to Toronto for 2 second-round picks. So Kuzmenko is also gone. One of my signings last year. Sorelli's not happy about it. Zemgus Girgensons is back as a free agent signing. Mason Strong has been signed. Andrew McNeil. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just sim to the start of the season. Dan Muse is our new coach. That's not too bad. I will just immediately end the conversation. I am not allowed to partake. You do you, buddy. Adam Larson is getting traded along with a 5th-round pick to Detroit for, I believe, Jack Nesbitt and a 2nd-round pick. That is a phenomenal return for Adam Larson. Like, bravo. That is a great return for 33-year-old Adam Larson. Jack Nesbitt in a 2nd. That is phenomenal. Thank you very much. As a Wings fan, I'd riot, as you should. That said, I have no idea what the hell this roster is going to look like after the preseason. Gage Gilly is a medium elite prospect. Svechnikov also offered a contract extension. So Svechnikov is probably around a little bit longer. Right. So start of season 3. AI control for this year. Our goaltenders are Sam Montembeault, who signed a 2-year deal, $1.135 million. It is Sam Montembeault and Kirill Gerasimyuk. Not the worst case scenario for goalies. Volokin would probably be playing as well. We have Treball. So he also signed Tobias Treball and Miroslav Svatos to their ELCs. Okay. Defensively, it is Makar, Hamilton, Lindell, Smits, Healy, and Emery. And no changes on defense except Ruslan Vorobiev, he's fine. Okay. Not that many defensemen signed. Right wings, Coronado, Kamel, and Chibrikov. With Richie Marquez, Prohorkov, and Mizar. Okay. Left wing, Svechnikov. Did resign. Oh, boy. We'll check the full details of that in a minute. Stenberg, Ovechkin. Stenberg's up to an 86. Yzerman, Artemanov. He signed Kurashev. 1 year, 2.5. That's not too bad. And Spence. And the system is Cullen. Of course, he brought back Gergensons, who's not making anything. Okay. Not awful so far, I gotta be honest. And centers Trocheck, Sorelli, Page, Gillies, and Nilsson. With Austin, Nesbitt. Again, like, trading Larson for Nesbitt in a second is an amazing deal by the AI. And then he also signed Mason Strong, who's fine. Okay. Honestly, like, not the worst moves in the world. I'm kind of impressed. The Savannah! Ho, 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 no. Okay. Free agent signings. Not that bad. Trades. Pretty good. Needs a little bit of work on re-signing. Not to mention we have $34 million in cap space, so some of these contracts might get reworked. He has re-signed Andrei Svechnikov to a 4-year extension worth $13 million per with a full no movement clause. It's not as bad as it could have been, but it's not great. I'm trying to think if I'm going to have the ability to trade him at the draft, or if the extension already kicks in before then. Otherwise, we have to hope the AI trades him on their own. So, Svechnikov might not be around long term. I mean, he did have 59 points last year, but damn, it kicks in after the draft. That's what I thought. But holy shit. Okay. The lines for this year are as follows. Ivar Stenberg with Anthony Sorelli and Andrei Svechnikov. Second line of Matt Coronado, who again the AI traded for, with Vinny Trocheck and Alexander Ovechkin. A third line of Philip Kurashev, Michael Hage, and Joachim Kamel. Fourth line, Malcolm Spence, Gage Gillies, and Cole Yzerman. Okay. Defense is Essa Lindell and Cale Makar. Dougie Hamilton and Albert Schmitz. EJ Emery with Ryan Healy. Goaltenders, Gerasimuk and Montembeau. Artemanov, Nilsson, and Chibrikov are scratched because, of course, the AI doesn't know that you don't want prospects just sitting in the fucking press box, not doing anything. The AHL is Cullen, Austin, and Richie. Gergenson's taking up a spot. That kind of sucks. But obviously, you know, we got some prospects there still. And defensively, Piniemi, Cam Reed. Okay. I mean, the AHL should still be pretty good. But, yeah, that's Svechnikov extension is a little bit scary. Not to mention now, the AI has all the cap space in the world to make whatever trades they might want to make. I don't know if they're going to go crazy throughout the season or not. But we'll see. Endo, the song's dedicated to you, by the way. It's 19 million cap space. You were looking at next year. Well, fair enough. Gianni, what's up? Who the hell is in this upcoming draft? How'd you acquire the Islanders prospect pool? It's different trades. The Islanders actually traded Yzerman to Montreal, so we got him from the Habs. All right. Fair enough. Let's see. Yeah, Prohorkov and Healy, those were just other subsequent deals. DuPont. He ended up in Pittsburgh. So this is going to be the year 3 draft. So he was just drafted by the Penguins first overall. Slow start to the season. If it wasn't a no movement clause, he'd be great trade bait. I agree. I agree. All right, nothing else. Mike is quiet. This is good. Or he's planning something. You never know. We do have 17 amateur scouts this year. That's not that bad. Don't know where the hell they're set up, but at least they're there. Artmanoff's mad because he's been benched. I'd be mad too, buddy. I'd be mad too, but yeah, certainly not the best start to a season. Gotta wonder if he'll panic. And in fairness, right? Like moving out Larson, Kuzmenko, Bruins, Wild, Penguins, winger. I can't remember his name. It was on the league. Brazo. Moving out Brazo wasn't the worst thing in the world either, so, you know. But yeah, this team is looking worse than what they did last year. I'm not sure. Coaching change really shouldn't have been that big of a difference either. If it's just goaltending, if it's the combination of where these players are playing, I don't know. But yeah, this has been a very quiet run since the start of the season in terms of any like AI moves or anything. Again, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Whew, that Svechnikov contract, though. Goodness. At least the Caps are rising. Brazo played for my CHL team. Just north here. It's a soft spot. Didn't he play for Brantford? Who did Brazo play for? No. Did he play for the Battalion? Did he play for North Bay? It's one of those two, right? He played for fucking North Bay or Brampton. I don't remember who. He did play for North Bay. Okay. I remember him because of the fucking Borks Battalion thing. He was on that team around that time, you know? Brampton became that's what it was. Says I was right both times. Am a genius. Me and my big brain. Well, unfortunately, the team isn't going to make the playoffs this year. But I think we'll be okay. Long term. I think we'll be okay. Hopefully. Maybe. Possibly. Potentially. Then again, who knows? Maybe the deadline could be nuts. Especially, too, because we're going to kind of have to wait it out a little bit to see if the AI does anything. Because I don't know if they will. Yeah, we're very much not a playoff team right now. We will keep the current trade block and enter the deadline. So top names, Sergachev, Stützle, Hamilton, but he is clause protected. Uyghur, Lindell, Kraus, Zuccarello, Jarvis. Okay. We'll see if we get any offers. In the meantime, we'll have to find a way to kill some time, I guess. Because there's no way to make this go by faster. I wish there was. So what do y'all want to talk about? Hoping for a Nordics United in 27. Could happen. I mean, I had fun with that challenge this year, but who knows? Might be one of those where it's like, take a break from it and then come back to it a few years down the road. If I'm still doing this. Have I missed much? I mean, a decent amount. I don't know if we're going to get any AI movement here or anything. Tugane, yeah, right. Now's the time. Or I'll just go to GeoGuessr for a couple of minutes. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't know if anything's going to happen. I mean, what is it, like 2 to 3 seconds per actual second? So, help me help you in terms of entertainment, because I got nothing. While we wait for the AI to see if they're going to do anything. I think eventually we might just say if they don't do anything at the deadline, they don't do anything at all. But they can't make trades if you skip it. So, by the looks of it, you're going to need a goalie when it's your turn again, probably. Where's somewhere you recommend people go on vacation? Oh, Where do you want to go? Start, bench, cut. Celebrini, Schaefer, Bedard. Whoo! Holy shit, what a question. Yeah, go to Camden, Maine if you love traffic. I hope that a lot of people have been asking for a Red Wings rebuild. Could be the year. Ooh. I think, I gotta be honest, I think it's that order. I think start Celebrini, Ben Schaefer, cut Bedard. Because for Bedard, now all of a sudden you have some injury concerns, But also, if you get rid of him, hey, yeah, he gets to leave Chicago. Or you someone to Scotland, recommend, that's fair. Other than Kenny versus Will, what am I most looking forward to at All In? Good question. What am I most looking forward to at All In so far for what they have announced? Very good question. The answer... is probably the Casino Gauntlet, just because, man, there could be some crazy entrants. They're not hinting it at all, but man, am I watching that match hoping that Ilya Dragunov shows up like Ricochet did a couple years ago, So, it is a very, very good card, but it's not one that I'm immediately like, oh my god, I have to see this match. At least in a lot of ways, right? Like, Kevin Knight, Darby Allin's going to be great, but I'm not like, oh my god, I have to see, this match, because, of course it's going to be great. I already know this, Oh, what else? What else? Favorite musician this month? Who have I been listening to the most this month? Aside from Spotify being like, hey, here's what you like to listen to. I don't know. I'm trying to think of who I've been listening to the most without it just being like the typical deal. Yeah, I mean, because obviously, the typical, Billy Talents of the world are going to be way up there. But, yeah, I don't know if there's a specific band where I've been like, yeah, I've been listening to them a lot more recently. I don't know. Oh, I meant New Jersey, but Maine works. That's fair. What's my coldest wrestling take? That's covering a lot of ground. Favorite dumb comedy match? Ooh, that's a decent one too. My coldest wrestling take. Let's go for, I don't know. That Vince Russo is not bad at his job. It's just that his job, as it's defined, is bad for wrestling. But as a writer, designed to be like, hey, we like the Jerry Springer Crash TV shit. He's the best at it. It just sucks. Thoughts on the Islanders fan jersey? I am with other people. If there's not a trade by 9 a.m. in this game, by the way, I'm skipping the rest of it. If there's not a... I don't think that there was a contest. I agree with people. I think it was a fraud. I think it's an okay jersey, but I do think there were better ones. I am genuinely questioning whether or not there was actually a contest. I need to see Ilya versus Joe. Yes. Favorite dumb comedy match. I saw this one in person. It was Archibald Peck versus Ashley Remington, aka Dalton Castle. It was at a nightclub in Revere, Massachusetts for Chikara. And a buddy of mine and I drove down and watched that match, and it was delightful. That is my immediate answer. I don't even know if that's available to watch anymore. Start, bench, cut, Joe Thornton, Bergeron, Forsberg. Start, Bergeron, bench, Thornton, cut, Forsberg because of the injury concerns. Most overrated wrestling legend. Ooh, most overrated wrestling legend. How's the start been? Iggy, not like it was awful from the expansion draft, but we've recovered decently well. There was no fan who was like, my jersey made the final 8. Vote for me. Exactly. No one came forward. 100%. It's an easy answer for that one. I mean, Hogan's not overrated. He was a fucking asshole, but he's not overrated. Crank, yes, they do. There is a part of me that wants to travel for that, but I don't think I can. But I'm glad they exist. Most overrated wrestling legend. Where's wrestling title? That's too many. Or take it. There's been so many. Most overrated wrestling legend. I was gonna say, fucking Triple H is up there. He had a couple of good years, but there was a lot of shit. There was a lot of shit. Cursed idea, Milbury challenge, but chat takes over every other year. If it was easier to do that, yes. But the problem is the team's too big. That's why normally when I get chat involved, there's it's often an NBA because it's only like what, a 12-man roster, so it's a little bit easier. All right. Well, there were no trades again at the trade deadline from the AIs, so I'm starting to think they just don't know how to do it. I'm starting to think the AI does not know how to offer trades to the user during the trade deadline, but okay. Again, I don't think we'll be making the playoffs, but let's see what happens. Let's see. Got to see a two-way only challenge. What, in terms of contract or player type? Because I feel like for play type, player style, we've done it. But I don't know if we've done that for contract only. To quote a video, a Wrestle Talk video, Triple H versus blank describes a lot of the worst WrestleMania main events. Not wrong. Not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. That question of the most overrated wrestling legend. Like I said, I don't think you can say Hogan. I don't think you can say Goldberg. I don't think you can say Warrior because they all have so many detractors as it is that they're not overrated, you know? But I think you got it, like, again, like the idea of like, oh, Kevin Nash was overrated. Like, no, like, it's got to be somebody that most people don't say anything overly bad about, you know? It's like there's a Bleacher Report article from 2008 that lists Umaga before he passed. That, honestly, that's quite the hot take. That is quite the hot take. No Flow, I did see that. Yeah, nepotism goes a long way. But yeah, basically it's the most overrated wrestler of all time, and I don't know. Because again, even it's like, oh, someone like Lex Luger, like, you know, I don't think the guy was overrated. Like most people, a lot of people are like, no, he sucked. So, Sergeant Slaughter seems slightly overrated. It's tough when you're talking about guys whose prime was in the 70s and ending by the early 80s, you know? We have not made the playoffs, by the way. I'm still intrigued to see people's answers for that question, though. We went from a playoff team last year with me in control to outside of the playoffs in the following season with the AI leading the way. Cale Makar was our leading scorer, but amongst forwards, it was Andrei Svechnikov with 61 points, Ovi on 52 with just 22 goals, Sorelli, Trocheck, Stenberg all broke 50. Kurashev, outscoring Coronado is brutal given Coronado's contract. Yeah, we got to find a way to get rid of that. Kamel was okay. Iserman, some of the young guys did all right. But, you know, I don't think the AI's changes were the worst things in the world. It's just team didn't click this year. Might have been the goaltending. But Cale Makar was insane. Dougie was still really good. Yeah, from the looks of it, just goaltending, much worse, yeah. I mean, a 903 for Montembeault, but certainly not amazing. How did we do? Here's a thinker for you. What's your fourth favorite fruit? We'll get to that in a moment. Cale Makar led the league in scoring. Nobody broke 100 points. For forwards, it was Pasta, Matthews, McKinnon, Draisaitl, and Natchez. Goal scorers, it was Pasta, the only guy hitting 50. He had 53. Then Matthews, McKinnon, Gauthier, and Fiala. Dorofeyev also hit 40. Defensively, obviously, Makar. And then Hughes, Fox, Morrissey, and Riley. Quinn ended up staying in Minnesota, by the way. Brant Clark was also way up there. Goalie is the winningest Spencer Knight again. Chicago's been great in this timeline. Or they've just been running Spencer Knight into the ground. Shutout leader with 8 was Sorokin. Trey Augustine was up there for Detroit. Fair enough. Save percentage. Akhtiamov was up there, but Spencer Knight, Demko. Rookie skaters, Gavin McKenna from Montreal in this timeline is going to win the Calder over Evan Hilbert, Cole Hudson, Landon DuPont, and others. Fourth favorite fruit, the top 3, no particular order, kiwi, banana, and grapes. So fourth favorite. I don't know, strawberry, apple. Ooh, you know what? It might be blueberries. With how versatile blueberries are. Like, eating straight up blueberries, that's fine. But man, you put blueberries in fucking, you know, oatmeal, bread, like making fucking blueberry banana bread. You do this, you do that. But like, you know, pineapple's a good shout too. Pineapple's probably top 5, but blueberry might be number 4. It might be. Blueberry is very, very versatile. You gotta give it that. It's very, very versatile. Well, no playoffs for us this year. Let's see how it plays out before we get control of this team back again. Pineapple on pizza. I will never order it, but if it's there, I'm not disgusted by it and will eat it, but it's never one of my go-tos. It's never one of my go-tos. Thoughts on quokkas. That's that really cute Australian animal, isn't it? And yeah, they're adorable as fuck. That's it. Hey, what's your thought on this cute animal, streamer? It's cute. You know? Happy little fur balls, right? They bring joy. The Minnesota Wild. Speaking of bringing joy, the Minnesota Wild have won the Stanley Cup. Cleveland Monsters have won the Calder Cup. And now Mike Milbury gets shoved into a locker for the next year. It is time for us to take over again. Admittedly, the damage was not nearly as bad as it could have been. I thought it would have been much, much worse. But manageable. Definitely manageable in terms of the moves that were made. Except for maybe Svechnikov if we try to move on from him. They did have Quinn Hughes for that run. I will go look at their roster. Expiring deals for us, Ovi, Yzerman, Kurashev. Okay. Nobody that we really have to keep an eye out on or anything like that. But yeah, here we can look at that that Minnesota roster in full. Set you up well with picks. They did actually give us a fair amount of picks. It's true. That is true. Let's look at Minnesota. What do they got? Blade, what's up? So Slavkovsky is not on that thing. Yeah, Quinn Hughes had 26 points in 22 games. I was watching on YouTube. That's fair. That's what I figured you meant. Kaprizov, Boldy, Brink, Kerfoot, Justin Herkowian. Not too many, like, drastic changes. Philip Gustafson in goal because they lost Wallstead. All right, so to the draft. Are we trading Andrei Svechnikov, or are we sticking with that contract? We will have the 8th overall pick as Columbus and Buffalo both move up. I mean, 8th overall, we could definitely do something with that. Ovi has retired, so the question is completely out of our hands. Ovi is gone. IRS, overrated or underrated? Rated. He's not underrated. There's no reason to talk about him more. And he's not overrated because nobody talks about him in the first place. He was a guy. He was a guy. He sure was a wrestler. You know? One of those right down the middle. Thoughts on the Repo Man? What a wrestler. What a wrestler. Good old Barry Darsow. Mr. Hole-in-One. It's the worst sports game that I've played for some period of time. No, it's not this. Lacrosse 26 probably does have a good shout. Lacrosse 26 probably does have a pretty good shout for that award, doesn't it? Honestly. Bray Wyatt as a wrestler, not his creativity. Overrated, underrated? I would say rated as well. He wasn't the best in the ring, but he wasn't the worst. What does pretty much everybody talk about? The creativity, the aspects of his character. So I would say, again, another instance of rated. All right, so we have 3 second-round picks and a third. Not bad. Normally the AI brutalizes us and gets rid of our picks. Instead, we got a bunch of them. Svatos is still very, very tradable. He's kind of perfect as a tack-on in a subsequent trade. Ooh, Pickering, Askarov, but he's making $9 million. Okay. See it on Twitter and see how quickly he pissed off the internet. And it's true, though. It's fine. He wasn't bad. He wasn't amazing. Who was his best in-ring match with? Probably Danielson? Yeah, no shit, right? What was his second best match? Probably some of the 6-man stuff where he's, in the ring with these unbelievable talents, right? Like, I'm not saying he couldn't hang with them, but he wasn't the guy making those matches. Montembeau was signed beyond this year, right? I mean, he's not bad, but can we get anything for him? 5th and a 7th, Dower Nilsson. 5th and a 6th. A high 9 in Riley Height. Or Haight. Medium 4. Or Prab Batal. Yeah, we haven't used Prob in a series in a while. Montembeau to Winnipeg. No, Flo, no, I did not. I had also stopped watching at that point and was very justified when I did. All right, so goalie situation's all right, but yeah, we definitely want to find a deal for Svatos. So before... I won't consider who we want to trade for until the AI have made their picks and it's our selection. It'll be easier to look around. Hamilton's value did drop a little bit because he is overpaid at the moment, but it's all right. Can we get rid of Esa Lindell? Yes. I mean, William Moore in the 32nd. Dean Letourneau, 29th. Was that Brock England? The 20th pick. Zhilkin as a high 6. The odds of us getting someone with that potential with one of those other picks seems pretty slim. But we have a good chance to move Esa Lindell finally. And a franchise player went to Columbus. SB, I'd choose the bridge. All right. Yeah, the odds that there's a medium elite left with like Cruz, Jim, and company at that point in the draft, probably pretty slim. So Esa Lindell, instead of the draft pick, We'll go for the guy with the highest potential, trade him to Detroit. I don't know why Detroit keeps insisting on giving me their prospects, but Esa Lindell's gone. Can we get something good for Dougie? 12th overall. Or Barrett Hayton. I like Dougie a lot. I mean, he's a 50-point defenseman. Sending him back to Boston would be pretty funny. Who's available around pick number 12? Paavo Fugelberg, Mad Fayad, Franz Karhalati, Jack Hare, Oleg Suprikin, but he might be a medium 6. I might keep Dougie still. I might. That's a decent return, but having Makar and Hamilton in the top 4 for our defense helps a ton. And we got some medium 6 defensemen still, but that's okay. Zhilkin is a 77-19. Kamel is fine. Coronado's got to go at 6.5. Moore in a third. Medium 6 Letourneau or Nold. Josh Norris. England from Chicago. Looks like we can get a medium 6 forward. Lagerberg Hohen. Tomek. Coronado, let's send you back out west, and we'll get England from Chicago. Welcome in, Brock. Happy to have you here. Can we get anything for Mazar? Probably not. Toskala is a low 6. Can I get rid of you? I really don't want you. Left wing side, Stenberg. All right, if we were to trade Svechnikov, 12th and the 32nd from Boston. So it's either pay Svechnikov $13 million a year or trade him to Boston right now for 2 first-round picks. I think we probably take the picks from Boston. Like a 50-point guy getting paid $13 million a year. I'm sorry, Svech, but I think you're off to Boston. Done deal. Now, if we were to try to trade Hamilton, it would just be for Barrett Hayton, so Dougie definitely stays. Definitely. So, man, are we building up to the draft at this point. If we wanted to trade Vinny Trocheck, 20th, the 2nd, and Dower Nilsson, 22nd, Palpanakis, 20th overall for Vinny Trocheck, who has, a year left at? This is, okay, we didn't see that one. The AI re-signed Vinny Trocheck. 2 years, 9.6 mil. Vinny's gone. Vinny's gone for that much. He is gone. We'll take the 20th, a 2nd, and Dower Nilsson from Detroit for Vinny Trocheck. I don't want Vinny Trocheck for 9 mil. Damn. AI tried to bamboozle me. Anthony Cirelli for the 29th. For the 33rd, and Sundberg for the 22nd, or D'Angelo and Benoit. I mean, Cirelli's not bad as a 2 or even a 3C, right? But he had 51 points last year. I think we keep Cirelli, given what the prices are that are being thrown around. Let's see. Seattle takes the dude named Paish. All right, we can just skip ahead here because there's no way we're trading up. So Cullen, Liam Pugh, Andrejko, the legend that he is. All right. Is there anything else we want to do? Centers. Again, I think Cirelli can stay. He, Gillies, and Hage. Kind of the big ones there. Is there anybody? I should check this. Anybody with an extension that I was unaware of? No. The 2 that the AI did re-sign, we immediately shipped out of here. So Gillies can stay. Cirelli, Hage. I think we're good. It was really just down to like Cirelli and Hamilton. And I think we're all right. We have So much cap space to work with right now, too. It's crazy. So aside from maybe flipping guys like Svatos, I think we're done in terms of looking at our team. I want to see what's going on elsewhere in terms of who we might be able to get. Do teams have to honor those extensions? I mean, of course they do. Well, no, they don't. Well, I mean, if it's like a no movement and stuff, yeah, they do. 3rd round pick in Gergensons for McKinney. I'm going to say no. I don't want to give up that much. Another high 9, Marcus Ruck. A 4th and a 6th for Marcus Ruck. Done deal. What about Pridham? A 4th in Kurashev. Done deal. Raykop. No trades found. What about Romani? And Fisker Mulgard. Nothing. Okay. St. Louis trying to move Mason McTavish. He could be ours for the 32nd pick. Fitzhenry, a 5th in Gergensons. I mean, do we want Mason McTavish? 47 points last year. He's 25. And it's not that much. He does get a no move or a no trade clause modified. Added to the deal. What would the offer be for this defenseman, Ralph? Nothing. Okay. So, we'll try to remember St. Louis for Mason McTavish. We could pull the trigger on that. Tampa, nobody crazy. Toronto, Sissons, Roslovic, we're fine. They're trying to get rid of all their depth. Barrett Hayton. I don't think we need Barrett Hayton. Oh, 61 points last year. It would take Dougie Hamilton to do it, though. I'm going to say no for Barrett Hayton. It's a little bit much. Philip Hronek. Sorelli, 2 firsts, including the 8th overall. Fuck you. Get out of here. That's an insane asking price. Wilson, Barbashev, Howden, Hurdle. What about Kettles from Vegas? Healy and Dower Nilsson. A 5th in Dower Nilsson. Dower Nilsson and a 7th. Dower Nilsson and a 7th for Peyton Kettles. Done deal. Let's call another timeout. Do I want Mason McTavish? Washington, who are you getting rid of? Adam Novotny? Medium 6 for medium 6 isn't worth it. EJ Emery has a high 6th, a 3rd, and a 5th for Adam Novotny. That's a done deal. That's just way too good of a value swing. Can we also get Liam Ruck now that we have Marcus? You know what? It would take a swap, but it would mean that we have the Rucks. So we're going to go Artemonov, I think, and Gergenson's rights, because we have more control over Spence and Nesbitt. So Liam and Marcus Ruck are both on the team. We won't trade for Sokolovsky. What about Jack Hextall? No. Not worth the swap from there. Man, Washington's really trying to get rid of prospects here. Lyndon Lakovic. What about Andrew Cristall? Nope. Okay. Winnipeg. Nobody crazy. Anaheim. Pustovoy. No. What about Mr. Aram Olsen? No. Wysisk. I don't know. Jarvis. Nope. What about Mr. Wahlberg? Nope. Kana, yes, they are. And then Nilsson. Boston, Dean Letourneau. For Joachim Kamel, high 9 for a medium 6th. We'll take it. Kamel's not bad, but we'll go for the guy with the higher ceiling. We'll go after Dean Letourneau from Boston. And then Nold we will not go for. What about Sherbakov? And William Moore. Not worth it. Buffalo, Tage Thompson. Hello? Are you sure? Tage is pissed about his time in Buffalo. Yzerman, Ruck in a second. Hage, Ruck in a second. A second, Spence, Ruck. Zhilkin in 2 seconds. If we go 2 second rounders, but we take out Zhilkin and add that goalie, Svatos. They'd have too many goalies, but we can take on Scotty Rotzlaff. So, we just traded for Tage Thompson. And we didn't even have to do much to get it done. You know, this team just keeps taking twists and turns where you don't really expect it. Tage Thompson wanted out of Buffalo. He heads a little bit further north. Although technically, with the maybe it's not. But Tage Thompson is here. And we're going to be pairing him with Stenberg, which could be insane. Like, Stenberg, Cirelli might end up being the top line. That's nuts. And we might not be done with these moves. Can we get Owen Pickering? 2 seconds. Yeah, that's a bit much. For some reason, Soderblom has a bunch of value. What about Mathis Preston? I'll reconsider for Pickering. The funny thing is, too, we might even still be able to go after Mason McTavish. Philly with Van Saghi. What about Berglund? No. Ottawa, Tim Stützle. No trades found, but Christ, we might have to try to work out a deal for Timmy Stützle instead. Holy shit. What about Tomek? If we can work out a deal for Timmy Stützle, that would be insane. That would be insane. Nobody crazy on the Rangers. Islanders, nobody that I want. Oh, maybe Nelson. No, they still don't want to move him. What about Quinn Finley? Nope. Okay. Can I save Donner from Buffalo? He seems like he likes it there. Nashville. Andrew Gibson? Nope. Montreal. Minnesota. Sundberg? That's a no-brainer. That's a high 9, a medium 6 defender, and a high fringe goalie. That's a no-brainer for Sundberg. Where's McKenna in this universe? Montreal. Can we also get Commodore? No, we can't. Can we get Riley Height? No, we can't. LA. Nobody crazy. Florida. What about Carlson? Nope. Edmonton, no. Detroit. Cleveland? Nope. We're going to have to try to find a way to get Stützle. Chicago, Les Italiens? Nope. Colorado, or not Colorado, excuse me. Alright, look there. Carolina with Seth Jarvis. Schmitz and Jesus. So McTavish, Stützle, Jarvis. All available right now. That is kind of nuts. And we already picked up Tage Thompson. Although we might have to move him to get another deal done. And Buffalo's still trying to move on from Josh Norris. So Seth Jarvis, 55 points last year, legitimate first liner. That's a great deal. He has a great deal. And then Ottawa for Stützle. Same thing, over 50 points last year. Damn. I mean, I feel like Stützle should be the primary target. And we still have the 8th overall pick that we can either use or include as a part of this trade. Wilson Boumedienne's still there. Zach Carbonneau. Pavel Fugelberg. Okay. Can we work out an absolutely ridiculous deal with Ottawa for Tim Stützle? That relationship has apparently soured. Goalies, we have the high starter. Kana, how dare you? I mean, if we could use Dougie, but man, if we keep Dougie, holy hell. Let's see. So we got like the high sixes. So what if we start using the medium sixes? Guys like Austin, Novotny, Letourneau. And then Chase Reed as a defender. So in terms of the medium sixes, they have interest in Malcolm Spence. They have interest in Jack Nesbitt. That can be our starting point. Who else do you have that you want to get rid of who's not worth anything? Was that Nolan Chadwick? Noah Chadwick. So Spence and Nesbitt. We still have, look, we have 4 first-round picks right now. Oh, my God. What if we use, God, who else do we want to use for this? Without trying to get rid of any of our elites, if we can. Is there anybody else down here they were interested in? Not really. We still have so many forwards. What if we use Adam Novotny? Well, in fairness, they don't want, so they might kind of punish me for it. Do you have any prospects that we haven't signed that have good potentials? Not really. Toskala's a low 6th. And then we have some AHLers, including the Rucks, and then also Brock England and Prab Patel. I mean, we could use that goalie prospect, but man, he's developing quickly. So if we add that Maple Leafs 32nd pick, Spence and Nesbitt, we're obviously not there yet. They're already complaining about multiple needs when we have Nesbitt, which doesn't make any sense. But medium 4 defensive prospects, there's only 2. It's Reed and Rombach. What if we add Rombach to the deal? And who else can we add to this deal? Let's add Beckner. You know, we're closer. Are we going to be able to swing a deal for Tim Stützle? What if we use a 3rd-round pick down the road? What if we use a 2nd-round pick, 65th overall this year? What if we use the 41st? Still not there. What if we use the 32nd and the 20th, along with Spence, Nesbitt, and Rombach for Tim Stützle? Still no. Wow. They're really not happy about the 2 forwards. So what if we go Spence, 1, 2, and Rombach? No. Who else are you interested in? Who else are you interested in that I might actually want to give up? Nobody. Okay. Shout out to them for being difficult as all hell. Love that for me. Love that for me. What if we use 2 firsts, a 2nd, Rombach, and Spence? No, the value isn't there. What if we do 2 firsts, a higher 2nd, Rombach, and Spence? Quite far off, they say. Shit. Okay, what if we take out Rombach and we add Nesbitt again? Still no. So Stützle might be a bit too much to get on his own. But we know that Jarvis is out there too. So was Owen Pickering, but I think we're now kind of looking above an Owen Pickering at this stage. Well, let's go to Carolina. See what they're thinking about Seth Jarvis, whose value is much lower. Who are they interested in? Who are they interested in? Quite a few of the medium 6 forwards and one of the defensemen as well. So we can go Rombach. And then the lowest overall is Adam Novotny. So if we go Rombach and Novotny, skaters matching block. Lowest value. Gleb. The original Gleb. Rombach Novotny. We could also add Nolan Fitzhenry. So Fitzhenry, Novotny, Rombach for Jarvis. And 2 tack-ons. I guess we'll go for Mukhanov. Still rejected. Oh, you're offering too much of a good thing. We can't possibly have that. Yeah, thanks, game. 65th. Seth Jarvis. Welcome to Quebec. That's ridiculous. If we talk to St. Louis about Mason McTavish, who we know we can also get for pretty cheap, will we then have the assets needed to go out and get Stützle? So they are interested in medium sixes, so that could be Dean Letourneau and Sundberg. Honestly, Letourneau on his own is almost enough. That's insane. So yeah, we can get McTavish for dirt cheap here. We'll do Dean Letourneau and a 4th for Mason McTavish. 1 domino left to take advantage of the trade blocks. And that is Tim Stützle. Do we have the right pieces? We've added Thompson. We've added Jarvis. We've added Mason McTavish. Can we also add Timmy Stützle for the memes? It would still be Spence and Nesbitt as the key pieces I'd want to give up. Skaters matching block. Again, we'll add Chadwick. Can we go draft picks from here while still maintaining the 8th overall pick? So we have that 2nd and 2 firsts. All right, they're still going to say no to that. What if we add the 12th? And we do an extra first from there as well, the 32nd. We take out the 32nd, do the 20th. If we do 3 first-round picks, Spence and Nesbitt for Stützle and Chadwick. No. And they're saying that they're prioritizing Spence, so what if we add a 2nd, and then Spence back to the deal instead of Nesbitt? A bit off in value. You're full of shit. 4 first-round picks and Malcolm Spence for Timmy Stützle. Or we bump it up from Spence and give up like a Hage and Yzerman or even a McTavish. I just can't believe they don't also want Nesbitt. Oh, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Getting rid of a future first is a bit scary. I definitely want to try to keep that 8th pick as well because we know we're going to get somebody good if we do. What if I offer Toronto's 2nd rounder next year instead? That's close. Okay, hold on. What if we do somehow, some way this might actually work? 2 seconds instead of a first? No. What if we do that extra first? Is there anybody selecting after us that's willing to trade? Just the 11th pick of Washington. Okay. So yeah, we'd probably miss out on one of the key players that we want, but Medien's definitely interesting. Arbonneau's definitely interesting. Honestly, the guy we probably need the most is Daly. All right. Timmy Stützle. Honestly, if I can use McTavish to get it done, I should. I'd rather, I think, have Cirelli than McTavish. We do Chadwick and Stützle. In terms of interested players, we do Mason McTavish, who's 25. Mason McTavish, Malcolm Spence, Jack Nesbitt, 12th and 20th. We have to add somebody else, of course. And that would be Beckner. Mason McTavish was the key. Tim Stützle, welcome to Quebec. We have acquired, this is nuts, Seth Jarvis, Tim Stützle, and Tage Thompson on the same day because their relationships with their current teams broke down. Oh my God. Good morning. How's it going? Wonderfully, I would say. And that is while maintaining everybody at a high top 6 or medium elite potential in terms of our prospects and maintaining the 8th overall pick. Honestly, that is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. This was crazy. And we could still try to get Owen Pickering, but we won't for what they're wanting. I guess the only question is, some of those teams that we pulled off the deals with, like, I was going to say, is McTavish now on the block? Did Buffalo add somebody else? It's just still Josh Norris. Although Josh Norris is very pissed about his current circumstances, but I don't want him. All right. So, last thing to check, actually, before we make this pick is, what would somebody give up for the 8th overall pick? Barrett Hayton, a 5th and a 6th. So, with the 8th overall selection, we'll just go in order. We'll go for Boumedienne. We'll take the center. Although, again, Drew Daly as a defenseman might be the best option, but he is a year out. So, Boumedienne is the pick. And he is an 80 overall medium elite playmaker. With tape to tape. Holy hell. What would Washington want for the 11th overall pick? It'd be difficult about it. Tampa and Edmonton. I just want to see if it's worth even trading back up into this draft, depending on the cost. Tampa. Yeah, you're out of your goddamn minds. Okay. So, yeah, this has been absurd. We go all the way to the 32nd pick. And it's questionable as to who we'd even want to go for here. There is that goalie. Cochran might be a medium elite. And there is, if it'll load, Matthias Holik. You know what I mean? We're pretty confident this is going to be a good goalie, right? So, yeah, medium elite, 73 overall. Not a bad bit of business for the Nords in this one. Good Lord. Do we have anybody else that we're confident in? Leif Olton, great name. Cademan Yablonsky. Yeah, of course, the AI Scout's not looking that good. Ninimaki being a gem. I don't really like gems, as we've discovered. Anybody that's NHL ready? I don't think there's going to be anybody that's NHL ready out of the gates, unfortunately. Hey, Pedro Osborne. Bang. 77 overall, medium top 4, but that's another defensive prospect, and we are done for that draft. The entire outlook of this team has changed drastically. Just a little bit different than the trades that the AI pulled off for us last year, getting the likes of Matt Coronado. So goalies, Gerasimyuk, we will qualify. Defensively, Osborne, we don't need to sign yet. Chadwick is going to be dropped. Teamu is going to get dropped. Brongel Larson will also get dropped. Right wing side, Toskala is a low 6. Mazar as a low 6. I still hate that potential. Pridham. We'll qualify Pridham. Left wings. Mukhanov. Goodbye. Gleb Tribiskov. You good old Trikozov. That's what it was. He's gone. Iserman gets qualified. He's insane. And then centers, Boumedienne. We don't even need to immediately sign. Beckner can go. $33 million in space with 11 contract spots. Not bad. Not bad at all. Pridham accepts the qualifying offer. And we have money to work with in free agency. How nuts is that? So if we take a look at our current team, which is bound to change even more because of certain developing players, right? That's pretty much a guarantee. This is going to change quite a bit. I feel like this is a bit excessive. Nah. Excess is what we're all about, baby. All right, so Volokin will probably end up being the backup goalie next year. But we need 1 to 2 NHL caliber goalies just to play it safe. Defensively, it is going to be interesting because I don't think Cameron Reed's going to be ready. So right now, our defense is shaping up to be somebody and Cale Makar, somebody and Dougie Hamilton. Although, you know what? I'm going to pencil in Smits to probably play with Makar. So we need someone to play alongside Dougie Hamilton, and then two people to play third pair. And that leaves us with 4 defenders there, so we are also going to want probably another 4 AHL caliber defenders just to fill out the roster. We might even need a cap whale. As far as forwards are concerned, can't bank on any of these guys being ready. Jarvis is a first liner. Thompson's a first liner. So our top line, probably Thompson as the number 1 center, Jarvis as the right wing. Left wing side, Iserman is at least penciled in as a third liner. We don't really know for sure. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Jarvis was a 2-way? Yeah, Jarvis is a 2-way and Thompson is a sniper. So we need a playmaker for that top line, and we already have one, so that's fine. So yeah, left wing side, say hello to that playmaker, Mr. Stenberg. Will be with Thompson and Jarvis on the top line. Cullen might be ready. We don't know for sure. And then Iserman, I think we can safely pencil in as the second line left wing. I think he'll be good enough to be there by the start of the season. And then centers. Jesus. So Tim Stützle might even be our second line center. I mean, yeah, maybe Stenberg is second line right wing. And Stützle, who is much better at faceoffs. Thompson can play right wing and center. So maybe we do Jarvis on the left. Stützle at center. And then Thompson on the right. All right. And then Sorelli as the center between Iserman and Stenberg. This team's going to win the cup. This team's going to win the cup, man. And then Hage is also pretty well ready to go. He is pretty well ready to go. Third line center. Gillies is apparently good to play fourth line, but honestly, I don't know if we want him there. He's probably third line left wing. Austin, we don't know if he'll be good to go. We don't know if West will be good to go. Boumedienne is another playmaker, so it'd be really tough to find a spot for him. Really tough. Okay. So free agents, who's out there? Our top 6 is certainly already set. RFAs. For goalies, Murashov has really developed. He'll be way too expensive. Defensively, Cole Hudson, Jamie Drysdale, Anton Fry, Denton Matejchuk. All these guys are just way too expensive. And then forwards, Ridley Gregg, who we should have had in the expansion. Kapanen, James Higgins. What's the offer on a 1 year? Still too expensive. Okay. Not going to worry about the RFAs. So UFA goalie, Spencer Knight. But man, he wants $13 million. What do we got for prospects? A medium elite goalie named Dowell. So we'll definitely target that guy just for the trade value. He's nuts. Sakala's still out there. All right. We need NHL caliber goaltending. We might just have to settle for the likes of Kemper and Kochetkov. Like, look at how much money the top three are looking for. There's just no way. But if we go for a Kochetkov, a Kemper, Lindgren, Forsberg, you know, I feel like the safest bets are probably Kochetkov and Lindgren because Kemper might get worse by the start of the year. Kolosov might get better. So Peter Kochetkov, congratulations. A winner is you. We would like to sign you. We got 1.2 mil for the year. Kochetkov is here. And can we get Charlie Lindgren as a potential backup? We will overspend for Lindgren because we can. 3.3 for the year. There we go. Defensively, still with $30.6 million left. No big defenseman out there right now. There was a medium elite prospect in Haken? 6th round pick of the Bruins, and they didn't sign him. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. All right. So we need a lefty to play with Hamilton. And some third pair defensemen. I mean, Sandin. We do love Nick Hague. Especially as a DFD, right? He could really take that PK time. Otherwise, it's Ferraro or Ryan Lindgren. Can we bring in Nick Hague on a rental? Mr. Hague, I promise not to move you. No movement clause, 4.25 for the year. We'll see if Hague takes that deal. And then third pair, I don't know, man, because all these guys ask for so much money. Maybe Arbor Jackeye. Bernard Docker. I don't know if we want Jackeye taking those penalties, though. It is just third pair, right? What about forwards? Also, we needed like 4 AHL level defenders. So, were there any medium 6 prospects? Yes, there were. So, we'll sort by lefty first. Who do we have? Keenan. Not that good. Most of these guys kind of suck. So, we can just go for Ethan Del Mastro, Wyatt Kaiser. Like, they're going to be cheap enough and potentially be the guys we need to fill out the roster. And then what about the right side? Just Ufko and Barron. We'll go after Ufko. Should be fine. I think we wanted one more defender. Anybody else to really spend money on here? Yeah, Gerard's actually okay with third pair time. Can we just spend money on Sam Girard? I mean, I guess technically we could spend money on some... We could bring Adam Larson back. I think some people on the team would be happy with that. I think we just overspend for him. We don't got to worry about the no movement clause. Yeah, like 3.6 mil. Cool. Adam Larson is back. Welcome back, Mr. Larson. So then forwards, just to kind of clean up from here. We don't have many roster spots left. There's not going to be too much we can really do. Prospect looking, there's a low elite named Belfour. And a high 9 named... it's Dylan James. Dominic James, not Dylan James. Dylan James is an actor, isn't he? I don't know. Low elite Belfour. Let's just go after you. And then same kind of thing as before. The big names. Fiala, we just don't have room for. Gritsuk. It's just kind of veterans that might be able to play the fourth line. So if we go two-way... Hey, Matt Maggio. He's a sniper. We just want some veterans that can play some solid defense if need be. But we'll go after them once the other signings are through. That should make it easier. So Nick Hague elected to go to Utah. Honestly, I think I'm okay with that. And then the other offers, I think it's factoring in the RFAs. So yeah, honestly, Nick Hague not signing. We're fine. So give me forwards that are interested in two-way deals. Highest rating. Give me guys like... We could go for Duhaime. Luke Cunnin. Ty Cartier. Cole Koepke. Jonah Gadjevich. Nick Cousins. Nathan Bastian. Trying to see if there was an enforcer anywhere higher up. Mark Gatcomb. Guess the enforcers are all taken. So for those final few forwards, let's go after Brandon Duhaime. It's not a bad deal for him. And Luke Cunnin. Cunnin? There's Hood Cunnin. Simply stunning, Luke Cunnin. Just a veteran two-way deal, and we should be good. I mean, we should be more than good. This team should win the Stanley Cup. Honestly, this team should be crazy. There's Kirill signing. We're still waiting to see what's up with Yzerman. He's probably going to wait until the start of the season, but that is okay. We got to take every chance we can when it comes to potentially winning a challenge where the AI could theoretically just cut our legs out from underneath us at any possible moment. We still have $28 million in cap space. So, Yzerman, let's just sign you for the year. That puts us on 50. Am I able to sign a cap whale? We do have room for one more goalie. I don't know if I actually have the space. It depends on who's listed in the CHL. Cam Talbot, you're old as hell. How would you like a nice severance package here of $21 million? He can't accept the deal because we definitely have a full roster. So we need to get rid of somebody so that we can make sure we are cap compliant. We're not that far over, but let's just trade this forward. I feel like we have plenty of forwards. Boston, how would you like this random guy for like a 7th round pick in 17 years? Rejected, of course. Hey, do you want a free, like, AHLer? No, why would we want that? There we go. They did it for a 7th this year. Sorry, Raul, you had to go. So, roster moves. Dude, Cale Makar is up to a 98. It is going to be Lindgren and Kochetkov as our goalies this year. Defensively, Kaiser and Del Mastro really stepped up. Reed also stepped up. So Chase Reed will make the team. In terms of unsigned, Boumedienne at an 80 is still listed as a depth forward. So we won't worry about him. We can leave him unsigned for the year. Although, technically, he can play in the AHL. I think the other guy could, too. Mr. Strong. And Mr. Chibrikov, because I want to keep those defenders. How would you two like to go play for Chicago? And a nice little deal for, I mean, we could probably get more than a 7th. Can I get like a 5th rounder? Sweet. All right. Sorry to Mason Strong and Chibrikov, but it needed to happen. It needed to happen. So let's go sign those other two to their ELCs, and then Talbot will sign, and we will be cap compliant. So Boumedienne, he will not be playing for Skellefteå this year, and then Mr. Osborne. Okay, Osborne actually can't be signed. He would have to play for the Thunderbirds. Okay. So defensively, who do we have as a prospect outside of Chase Reed? Nobody except for Mika Haken. Release the Haken. All right, so we'll send down those 3. And then we know that we can also send down Adam Larson because he doesn't need the training. We'll see if we want to call up one of the high 6s, but I think we have so many forwards, we're not going to have to worry about that. So Luke Cunningham will obviously go down. Mr. Kunin. Prohorkov is ready. So was Bonesaw. So Zhilkin, Ruck, Prohorkov. Temporarily at least get the call-ups. Kunin goes down. Ryder Ritchie at a high 9 goes down. Because we have a very high ceiling right now. Left wing side. Iserman jumped to an 84. Goddamn. So Duham can be sent down. Wyatt Cullen is already prepared to make this team as well. Call up Legg and Belfour. And then centers. Gillies, Hage, and Esteban Austin. Boumedienne obviously needs a call up. Is there anybody else? Oliver Sundberg. And Brock England. 2 medium 6s. I don't really think there's anybody else to drop. No idea what this song is. Oh, it's Treyu. That's a weird one. That makes sense. They have weird songs sometimes. Let's see. Oh, Spotify. All right. I don't know. I mean, aside from maybe Belfour as a low elite, you got Legg at a medium 6. Let's see. So it's a 78. We'll leave out England and company. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just leave Belfour for the preseason to get that extra training, and then we'll send him down later. So that looks good for the moment. The season goals can piss off. I don't care. It's sim to regular season. Coach Dan Muse. Our preseason target will again be to hell with discipline, but let's be a physical team. And Dan seems to think we should at least be a playoff team this year. I would agree. And Cam Talbot is here as our cap whale. Welcome in, Cam. Have fun in the minors while making $21 million. Christ alive. All right. So what will it be? Whomst will it be? In terms of winning the cup this year, and can it be us? I mean, hey, if I get this challenge one and done in one night, I'm not opposed. But all right, let's see. Best players on the roster. Kochetkov, Lindgren confirmed as the goalies. Defensively, Haken will be sent down. Larson, Kaiser, Del Mastro will be called up to try to figure that out. We also know that Liam Ruck will not make the team. Zhilkin will not make the team, at least this year. Anybody else listed as a minor leaguer, other forward, Legg and Belfour can go down. And at center, Boumedienne will tear up the AHL. Talbot on best line shouldn't be put in a goal, so we should be fine there. So I don't know what defenseman's going to make the team and which one isn't. So Makar, Hamilton, Larson, left side, Schmitz, Reed, and then Kaiser or Del Mastro. Kaiser or Del Mastro. It depends on the player type. I mean, Larson is a defensive defenseman. So we'll give Ethan Del Mastro more of a chance to gallop, and Wyatt Kaiser, we'll have to put him through waivers. Forwards, Luke Kunin obviously wants to be on the team. Left wing side, Brandon Duhaime. And then centers, that's it for the moment. All right, so we'll see if Wyatt Kaiser gets claimed. He did not. All right. So, does this team, in terms of keeping people happy, work? It sits out Daniil Prohorkov, which is not what we want. So we'll sit Luke Kunin out for the moment for Prohorkov. But taking a look at the very top, Thompson, Stützle, Jarvis all want to be on that top line. And they probably will be. Stützle is the much better face-off winner. So yeah, Jarvis, Stützle, Thompson. Stenberg with Sorelli. And probably Gillies or Yzerman. I mean, Gillies does have the better potential. I mean, I guess technically we can tell Sorelli to kick rocks and just go with the youth and then have Sorelli as the third line option. Not going to have a right-handed shot on that line, but that's okay. Who's the best face-off taker? Gillies? So Stenberg, Gillies, and Yzerman. And then third line is Sorelli, Hage, and Cullen. It's a two-way, a playmaker, and a playmaker, though, so it's going to have negative chemistry. Playmaker, sniper for that second line. Sorelli gives that line a +3 if he's there. Gotta keep some people happy, though. I guess I'm not too worried about that -1, to be honest. It's fine. And then Duhaime, Austin, and Prohorkov. So yeah, we need a left wing. It'd be Brandon Duhaime. So yeah, Duhaime will make the team. He'll be with Austin and Prohorkov, power forward, two-way grinder. That's fine. That's a hell of a team. I mean, maybe just a little bit worried about that third line's chemistry, but it's not a big deal. And then defensively, it'll be Smits and Makar, Reed and Hamilton, Del Mastro and Larson to try to let Chase. Actually, in fairness, let's put Reed with Makar. Smits can play with Hamilton, right? Kind of treat it like the Bruins used to do with Zdeno Chara, where they're just like, yeah, of course Chara will play with Kevin Miller. And I loved Kevin Miller, but for a while, that was kind of what they did with him. It's a pretty common thing. But yeah, towards like the middle 2010s and towards the end stage, like Bruins Chara, it was definitely put him with whoever, it'll be fine. But you know, Smits and Hamilton should be a pretty good pairing though. And then Lindgren, Kochetkov. I like it. And then honestly, Luke Kunin can stay on the NHL roster because I don't want him taking up an AHL spot. He's too old. Whew, that AHL side, by the way. So Volokin and Schrabal. Defense. Anybody to sub out for Kaiser? Definitely the Hacken. Kettles. Anybody to sub out Ryan Ufko for? No. Okay. Well, in terms of potential, then, it's medium sixes across the board, except that top pairing. So AHL defense looks pretty solid. One really promising prospect. Medium 9, Marcus Lopanen. Is going to have to be out for high 9, Mason West. Any high 9s are in trouble. Fondrick, Koblar, Genborg, Pridham. Marcus Ruck, I'll give it exception to because we have the Rucks. Ryder Ritchie. And Teddy Stiga. And then we will sort by rating. So Eddie Genborg is the one who's in the most amount of trouble here. Miguel Marquez is same potential, higher rating. So now it is Tinas Luke Koblar, who is on the chopping block. Belfour is a low elite, so Belfour will go in. Fondrick's younger than Stiga, so yeah, Stiga is on the chopping block here. Sundberg, younger, makes the cut. So now it is Conrad Fondrick in trouble, and he will survive. Okay. So Fondrick, Marquez, West, Ritchie, Pridham. Kind of that is unfortunate. You know, if the Pedialyte tastes good, you're going through hell. All right, so Sundberg. Marcus Ruck is going to be paired up with Liam. Although, in fairness, let's see. Medium 6, medium 6, medium 6, medium elite, and high 6. All right, so Belfour, Boumedienne, and Zilkin. All right. So that, man, this AHL team is unreal. This AHL team is so good. So it'll be West, Fondrick, Marquez. Leg with Pridham and Ritchie. Not the best in terms of face-off ability. Marcus and Liam Ruck with Oliver Sundberg. And then the low elite, Eric Belfour, centered by Wilson Boumedienne and Demian Zilkin. Damn. And then there's the freaking NHL team. We acquired an entire top line and didn't even have to give up the 8th overall pick to do it. This is nuts, man. We're 3 years in. It's 2028-29. It is kind of absurd what this team is already looking like. I don't even know if we would have to... Let's see what happens here. We might as well. I don't know. Maybe we're bad somehow. I don't even think we'd have to really worry about the trade deadline. But yeah, who knows? Maybe we're bad. We shouldn't be. We shouldn't be. But yeah, this team is monstrous. Absolutely monstrous on paper. But as we know in this game, the better you make your team, the worse that they typically end up performing. So, yeah. Oh, wow, you're still streaming. I am, shockingly. I went away to work on a football project for a bit. Wasn't expecting to still be here. Well, yeah. Every once in a while with NHL, you have an idea and you're like, all right, screw it. Let's make the best of it and have fun with it. And here we are. But, yeah, I mean, there is a chance this could be a one-and-done challenge tonight. Which would be very funny. Which would be very, very funny to have this be a one and done. But you never know. You never know. This is early for him. Lately it has been, yeah. Through the summer, I've been streaming my ass off lately. But, yeah, we still got a couple days to kill before NBA's here, too. So if this ends in one run, I don't know what the hell we're doing. Couple of one night, one and done type of playthroughs. Because we don't want to get too into one specific challenge, but a couple days is it's a fair amount of time for this particular one, right? So we'll see. We will see. All right. Well, the team's doing okay so far. Certainly better than last year. I do wonder if the likes of Stützle, Thompson, and Jarvis just aren't going to put up a ton of points. If they don't, it's okay. because we know what we're going to be able to do, right? I need to see Prosby before I cash in my idea. I've talked about it, right, Hulk? I know that you know this. Pro Baseball Spirits is my NHL safety net. We know we're going to play it. It just came out at a bad time, right around college football and Madden. If NHL 27 is just not worth playing at all, then we'll be doing quite a bit of Pro Baseball Spirits sooner rather than later, you know? So that was an intentional decision once I realized its release schedule of just being like, oh, okay. That's my safety net game this year. Knowing that we can play that at any time and have a good time, most likely. Especially from what I played of the previous Pro Baseball Spirits. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, that wasn't a Hey Streamer playing this. I just want to say it. Yeah, that's fair. What idea? Well, clearly you already have an idea in mind, right? Is it Pro Baseball Spirits related? Or if it's like, I don't want to do, like... Is it an idea for Pro Baseball Spirits or an idea where it's like, well, if Pro Baseball Spirits isn't what we want it to be, then at least you have this as a fallback. Does that make sense? It's late. I can't speak anymore. Dude, Calgary sucks. And we lost them 3-0. Of course we did. We're second in the division right now, though. Make that third. Still very much alive for that conference title, but proven to be inconsistent. 34, 22, and 6. How are we looking here? I want to start off with those goalies. So Kachetkov a 904, Lindgren a 915. Okay. Not awful. Defensively, Reed is still an 80, but he's got 16 points and a plus 11 playing next to Makar, who already has 60 points in 62 games. Albert Smith's, ooh, so the Smiths-Hamilton pairing, not exactly clicking. Hamilton's at least still putting up points. And then Ethan Del Mastro with Larson's been fine. A rebuild type. I need to know how player movement works. For the okay, so it would be... I got you. So maybe we put Smiths, Makar, Reed, and Hamilton. I guess theoretically, if there's a really good left-handed defender, we could put Reed on the third and really go for it. And really, really go for it. Let's see. So forwards, Jarvis. Not great, honestly. For a guy that needs to play top line time, maybe second line time with special teams to be happy, that's not great production, especially with who he's playing with. Stützle, just 48 points. There's a chance these guys are going to get flipped. And then Tage Thompson, 42 points, just 11 goals. Stenberg, 11 goals, 25 assists. Gillies has dropped to a third-line guy, so we could drop him down for Sorelli. That's 29 points. 20 goals for Cole Iserman. Cullen dropped down to a depth forward. Okay. So we definitely had some role changes here. Interesting. It's always a shame when you have star players in the league that just don't perform in franchise mode, but that's how it goes. So Wyatt Kaiser still expects to be an NHL level defenseman, but that's just not going to happen. Honestly, we can call him up because he's not in the lineup anyway. In terms of forwards, everybody there being a bunch of depth options. Cullen. I mean, Cullen could be dropped down because we have Luke Kunin. In 19 points. Yeah, maybe we drop Cullen down. And then forwards, everybody else there is still good. Okay. So if we take a look at the forwards, Kareem would interest me as well as the highest. Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a lot for Prosby, like that game offers, so. That's why I don't want to, like, dip my toe into the pool, because that's not a dip your toe into the pool type of game. That's a, oh, okay, I'm playing this game now. And playing the hell out of it type of game. Grinder, two-way grinder. Power forward for Prohorkin. So him, Gillies, and Hage. Playmaker, power forward. I don't hate that combination. Okay, Hage actually has the best face-offs. It's not really going to help, though. Stenberg, Sorelli, Iserman. So yeah, just the question is, do we keep that top line together? They all have at least 2 years left after this. No, they don't. Thompson's on an expiring deal. I thought he had at least an extra year left. I need to see how they have been doing in comparison to the rest of the league. Like, is scoring still down? If it is, then we forgive them and we go for it. If it's not, then maybe we consider something else. Okay. Well, McDavid and Draisaitl are playing out of their skulls. Yeah, these guys being significantly under a point per game right now. Not good. Not good. God damn, how far do we got to go to find them? That's brutal. I mean, Stützle has fewer points than Michael Misa and Dylan Strome, Will Cooley. I think we're going to at least take a look at this deadline and see if there are moves that could make sense. You know? Because again, like, we'll still be able to sell them for more than what we bought them for. So, yeah, look, Stützle's value is nuts. Jarvis, no outright trades. Tage Thompson. Sandin Pellikka, a third and a fourth. Solomonson, Kahesnikov at a third. Sandin Pellikka for Tage Thompson. Hello? Are you a lefty? He's not. But that might not stop. He's sitting out the year, isn't he? No, he's signed. Top 4, 83 overall, medium elite at this stage. Another OFD. I mean, that could be the guy to take over for Dougie. You know? He's not even playing. Sandwich Pelican. There he is. Expiring deal, but he'll be an RFA. Or do you keep Tage Thompson and hope he just starts turning it on for the playoffs? You know? But I don't know, man. What? Holy shit, game log? Dude, when's the last time you scored? 5 straight games without a point. He hasn't scored since February 12th. It's been like 3 weeks. Tage Thompson for Sandwich Pelican. Done deal. Done deal. Welcome in, Sandin Pellikka. Nope, they traded him before I pulled the trigger on the deal. I talk too much. Salmonson has the fuck. Alright, that always sucks when that happens. Let us, and I guarantee, and then Salmonson got traded anyway, too. Okay, well, who's out there then instead that we could theoretically go for? Shut up, streamer. I know. See, this is why it's like, do I need a mic to stream? No, if anything, it's an active fucking detriment. McKinney for Del Mastro, Vorobiev, Golachich, Kettles. We're just outright a 5th and a 7th. I feel like we can move Del Mastro for this guy, but Vorobiev, Golachich, Kettles, 5th and a 7th. Let's move Vorobiev on defense. That's fine. Bring in McKinney. Seattle, Eberle, Tolvanen. No real needle movers there. Actually, really quickly. Yeah, not even for prospects. You wouldn't need the mic to ring it out. Cochran. 3rd rounder, that's too much. What about Ralph? Brandon Duhaime? No reason to not take that. That's a no-brainer. Colton Parayko. Last year of his deal, he would certainly be an improvement on Adam Larson. I don't really want to give up a 2nd and a 3rd for a Parayko rental, especially when the AI might re-sign him. What about Zaitsev from Tampa? Kettles, Pridham, and Larson. Richie, Larson, and Ralph. Pridham, Larson, Ralph. Chase Reed. High 6, high 9. High 6, high 9, high 6, high 9. That is still worth it. It is still worth it. I mean, we got to give up Adam Larson, but that's not a big deal. Let's do, I mean, regardless, we're giving up a forward and a defender. Let's go Richie, Larson, and Ralph for Zaitsev. Done deal with Tampa. Just continue to make those deals that make sense. We don't need Roslovich. We don't need anybody there. What about Jack Hare? Can we get Jack Hare? Osborne, Kaiser, and a 6th. That's a good deal. Reed, a 3rd and a 5th. Hig, Prohorkov, Ruck. Osborne, Kaiser, and a 3rd. I mean, Osborne was that guy that we drafted this year. He does have a good rating, but so does Chase Reed. I guess the alternative would be Prohorkov. No, let's go Prohorkov instead. We have so many forward prospects. I mean, he's on the roster right now, but... fucking... Osborne then. Screw it. Welcome in Jack Hare. Can we get Tuomainen? No. Lafournet. 5th and a 6th. Done deal. Good value. What about Skahan? Del Mastro in a 7th. Luke Kunin in a 7th. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. What do we have from Vancouver? Philip Hronik. 2 firsts. Jesus Christ. No thank you. Rust, Carlos, Steele. Plenty of just random veterans we can go after. I was hoping to see someone, there we go, like a Fugelberg, a top-notch prospect. So we could definitely aim to make a big deal happen with Washington. Washington, 3 really promising prospects. If we were to trade a Tage Thompson or someone like that, Washington's a good landing spot. Anaheim, medium elite daily. I mean, just outright Tage Thompson and a 5th for daily as well. Case in point. So Anaheim's also a good fit. Can we get Aram Olsen? 5th and Del Mastro? Done deal. What about Pustovoy? No, not worth it. What about the Wisik? Nope. Where's Deke to sing this, right? Jarvis, not worth it. Mr. Nilsson, not worth it. And Mr. Wahlberg, not worth it. Boston with William Moore, the piano player. Not worth it. And Sherabakov. Not worth it. Buffalo, William Karlsson. Josh Norris is still mad. Sharon Govich. My God, Calgary sold Sharon Govich, Zuccarello, Malkin, Huberto, Domi. Like, what are we doing? Shiloff, 2nd round pick. Not worth it. What about Ryabkin? No. Frank, they sure are. I don't want to talk too much shit in case Liverpool lose their season opener, but... obviously, we already traded away Chibberkoff. All right, I think we have the teams to consider if we were to move someone like a Tage Thompson since he's on an expiring deal. What about Commodore? Commodore? Kettles and Pridham, that's a no-brainer. Done deal. Done deal. The value is just too good. And this dude here, absolutely not. Have you ever done an OG NFL Street Challenge mode? No, I actually don't think I've ever played NFL Street on stream. I haven't played that game in many, many years. But, I mean, NFL Street's still cool as hell. I did love those games. Kazda, not worth it. Montreal. Nope, Montreal, the Islanders. I looked too quickly. They definitely have some prospects. I just don't know if like those 4 paired together is worth moving. You know, like a Jarvis or somebody like that. But maybe. It's definitely not the preferred option, though. Rangers with Schneider. Pinto, Tessier. Dude named Hellenius. Nope. All right, Philly is another one of those teams with a fair amount of prospects, but what about Budai? No. Pittsburgh, Arsenal. Okay. I mean, there's definitely still teams for like batch prospects in one shot. Just don't know if we technically get fair value for them. I mean, Penguins are definitely trying to get rid of those prospects, though. Holy. And back to us. Okay, so Anaheim had the best prospect of the bunch. That was Daly as a medium elite defender. They would do the deal 1-for-1 with Tage Thompson. Again, Tage, his deal's up at the end of the year. He's not doing that well. I mean, 42 points in 62 games for a 90 overall. It's just not enough. It's just not enough, especially too with Elite 1T. Like, I don't get it. But I can't guarantee we're going to be able to re-sign him. You know he's going to want a lot of money. So we're going to trade him to Anaheim for Drew Daly, who was the 10th overall pick last year. Tage Thompson out to the Ducks. And then you had teams like Washington with a lot of prospects, but especially Paavo Fugleberg. That is the man that we're interested in. Because the other big addition, Seth Jarvis, again, 45 points. Like, he's just... I'd rather give that time to guys that can develop that actually put up points. He's a 50-point guy. I mean, he's on a great contract, but I feel like that first-line time's way more valuable. Jarvis refuses to get traded to Washington, though. Or to Anaheim, as it were. Will you get traded to Washington? Yeah, he doesn't want to get traded there. What about Stützle? Again, sub 50 points. I'm not happy. You know, why invest that time in him when we know he's probably going to leave anyway because he hasn't been good enough? So I think he can definitely go. And if we could do a deal involving the likes of Fugleberg, Hextall, Lakovic, Washington would be over the cap. Go figure. But if we use those three and then maybe draft picks to get something done, do they have anybody who gets paid way too much money, but that's on an expiring deal? Pierre-Luc Dubois, Boone Jenner? We could definitely take on Boone Jenner. How would you still be over the cap with Boone Jenner? Jesus. Well, that's not good. I mean, I guess technically we could retain a little bit on Stützle. See if we can make this work. Unfortunately, it's doing the thing where you go into green and it keeps saying you're in the red. So all of a sudden we're up to almost 30% retention. But I mean, we have a $21 million cap whale goalie this year. So what's a little bit of retention if it means we also snagged their first round pick? So your first round pick, Lakovic, Hextall, Fugleberg, and Jenner for Stützle. How do we feel about that? They did it. Tage Thompson is gone. Tim Stützle is gone. Also a rental. Wasn't planning on it, but they're not cooking like they should be. And knowing that I don't control the team next year, I don't have time to screw around. We got 3 prospects on the Islanders. 3 decent prospects on the Flyers. And the Penguins have 1 million players, but they're all forwards. So it's 1 defender and 1 defender. Let's look at Philly with Hellenius, Glance, and Budai. Is Jarvis willing to go there? Yes, he is. Philly would be over the cap, apparently. All right, Philly. Who do you have that you give too much money to? Sean Couturier, Mason Marchment. Ooh, we still got a year left. Stinky. Brendan Dillon. And we'd have too many players. So we will look at giving you Zether Is Zether enough? Philly would be over the cap. Are you kidding me? Cut it out, Philly. No, you wouldn't. You're filthy liars. You would not be over the cap. This is a screw job. What if I also trade for Stefan Nason? I better not need to do much else aside from this. What if we give up Lopinen? Philly would be over the cap. All right, fuck it. We're not talking to Philly anymore. What about the New York Islanders? What about the New York Islanders? Seth Jarvis doesn't want to go there. What about the Pittsburgh Penguins? Jarvis will go there. Okay, fair enough. So we are looking at Arsenault, Rubruck, Suglobov, and Biega. Pittsburgh would be over the cap. No, they wouldn't! They have $17 million in space! You lie, video game! Why do you lie? That's insane. What if we were to take on Caden Korczak? Then Quebec would have too many players. And we give up Zether. So Jarvis for Arsenault, Rubruck, Suglobov, Biega. Done deal. Well, I did want those big three players that we acquired to be good, but unfortunately, it's like a reverse Madden, yeah. Unfortunately, they just weren't. Pretty disappointed. Pretty disappointed. But Chekhov, Lindgren, stay in goal, whatever. The defense, we need one more guy to get the call up, because Korczak's at least NHL level. So it's just a matter of who we want here. It needs to be a left-handed defenseman. It could be Skahan, or it could be Piniemi. Let's go for the piss boy. Piniemi. Drop the other two. Prohorkov is still here. We can send down Fugleberg and Suglobov. Cullen might end up making this team anyway. Got Jenner, Hextall. I guess for forwards, depth forwards, Zilkin. We won't call up Liam Ruck without his brother. So what the hell are these lines going to look like then? I tried to take the shortcut. The game didn't want it. Boumedienne got the call up. Goddamn. So scratched right now is Hextall. So what if we take out Boone Jenner for Hextall? What are we looking like? Depth, fourth, third. Depth for Cullen. Third, fourth, and depth for Boumedienne. He would probably get top priority over Cullen. Honestly, though, at this point, it might just... So many of the guys we've acquired are playmakers. It's insane. It's insane. Oh my god. So, if we go Sorelli and Austin as two-ways, the best option we have on the right side is either Lakovic or Prohorkov as kind of a power forward. So that might be the second or third line. We'll probably do like Stenberg, Gillies, Yzerman for the top line. Wheels doesn't really. And it's playmaker, playmaker, playmaker. We have a power forward and another playmaker. Oh my god. Okay. Well, we can't just do it that way because, oh my god, am I going to get so many, like, little mini in-game punishments for not having player types. That is the issue with going after a lot of these guys is, yeah, similar play types. So Greg Legg, maybe Teddy Stiga gets the call-up again. Eddie Genborg. Even Eric Belfour, we could try. Or the Rucks could get another call-up. Fondrick, Lopinen. All right, we definitely have some skilled options who can get the call-up. So Hextall can go down at the very least. No waivers. So who do we have for more like two-way options then? Teddy Stiga, Conrad Fondrick, Marcus Lopanen. Who else that we might want to consider for one of those spots? Anybody? Eddie Genborg. Hey, we ended up getting Nicholas Arm Olsen. Of course we did. McKinney and Belfour. So who are the other depth options? Based off of rating, it would be Jilkin, Cullen, and Boumedienne. Right. So let's see who can actually make this team then. So we might not get obliterated by this game being like, yeah, too many playmakers, too many snipers. The scratches are McKinney, Lockovich, and Belfour. So Jenner can take a seat for Linden. So we know Linden's good enough to play. So those skill roles, playmaker, power forward, playmaker, sniper. Let's go power forward, playmaker. Okay. So that combination would end up being the top 6. Who can take face-offs? Hage and Gillies. So Gillies top center. Hage on the second line. We got sniper, power forward. We got another playmaker there. So Lockovich and Prohorkov would need to be broken up. So we'll go Prohorkov probably on the top line. Which means playmaker. Well, there's only one sniper, and that's Yzerman. So maybe we do go playmaker, sniper, power forward, playmaker, power forward. This team definitely took a step back on paper. No denying that. And then we'll have Austin, most likely. And he's a fourth liner. Sorelli on the third line. Austin, I think, was at least a medium 6. Is he the only one that can take face-offs? Lopanen's okay. So maybe just go with Stiga. Just as the highest rated of the bunch. That'll have to do. That'll have to do. At least down the middle, the depth isn't god-awful, I suppose. But yeah, no, this team definitely just took a little bit of a hit. No doubt about that. Hopefully Sorelli is not mad about being second line, but that is what it is. And then defensively, honestly, Smits, Makar, Reed, Hamilton, Emil Pianiemi, and Caden Korczak, that works. And then McKinney and Belfour will get sent down, and we'll still have Boone Jenner as a healthy scratch. We will. So down go McKinney and Belfour. Is there anybody else in the AHL? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like Ufko can get the call up so that he's not playing over anybody. Is there any other veterans that I really didn't care about? No, that was it. Okay. Let's see what happens. I mean, do I think this team's going to win? No, but I also did not think this team was going to win with the guys that we had. Like, they just weren't panning out, but I mean, at least we took the chance to make the team significantly better. But who knows? Maybe somehow, some way, this team still makes the playoffs. I mean, we are in a wild card spot right now, so again, you would have hoped that frickin' Jarvis, Thompson, and Stutzla would have been enough for this team to just go, LOL, Stanley Cup is ours, but apparently not. Apparently not, but let's see what we can do. Let's let's see. What do we got? 35, 28, and 7. My guess is we're going to fall short, which means this will not be a one-and-done attempt. Looks like we'll be back on this tomorrow night. The very typical post-deadline collapse, but in fairness, we did sell this time, so it makes sense, but that's still a bummer. That is still a bummer. Yeah, we are not going to make it. Just waiting for it to confirm it in the top half of the screen if it hasn't already. So no playoffs again. I thought for sure we were going to make it, and again, maybe we would have, and had we kept that top line, maybe we would have gone on this great run, and Tage Thompson would have remembered how to score goals, but especially with Thompson on an expiring deal and knowing that I don't get to control what he signs for, pretty much. I mean, I could have early re-signed him, but still. It feels like a decent move. Yeah, we ended up really collapsing down the stretch and finishing 25th out of 33 teams in the league. Let's take a look at how the boys did here. So, for forwards, it was Stenberg, just 46 points in 82 games. Sorelli, Yzerman, I mean, we just could not score goals this year. We just could not score goals this year. McCarr, 79 points. Hamilton, 47. Reed had a pretty good year for his rookie attempt. Korshak, P and the Emmy were abysmal. Oh, my God. Goalies, 903 and a 906. Yeah. Before we look specifically, Pittsburgh, Seth Jarvis finished with 61 points. Had 16 points in 20. Yeah, if you could have done that, Jesus. You couldn't have done that for me? I mean, he was on pace for 59 points with us. Had he played a full season in Pittsburgh, 65. So, I mean, he was a little bit better. But, yeah, I don't know. 65 points for a first-line player. Again, would it have been better? I don't know. And then Washington with Timmy Stützle. He was on pace for a 63-point season for us. Had he played the full season in Washington, 65. So he was a little bit better in Washington, but not by much. Again, is it worth that time that could go to those younger players to get better? You know, for a guy playing to just get 65 points? I don't know. And then Tage Thompson also did hit 60 points, which, again, isn't bad. He was on pace for 55 points with us. Had he played a full season in Anaheim, he would have had 77 points. If he played at that Anaheim pace for us, I probably would have kept him. But he didn't. Connor McDavid led the league in scoring. 127 points with 61 goals. You had Draisaitl, Hughes, Barat, and Barkov as the top 5 in scoring. Or point production at least. Goal scoring, it was McDavid, Hughes, Dorofeev, Pasternak, and Kaprizov and Nylander tied at 44 apiece. Defensively, Bouchard, 98 points, Fox with 93, Werenski with 92, then Morrissey and McCarr. Landon DuPont as a rookie, 79 points in Pittsburgh. Jesus. Kid's already at 92. That's bonkers. Winningest goaltender, Igor Shesterkin, one of 2 goalies to hit 40 wins. Spencer Knight was the other one, leaving from Chicago to Colorado. Maybe he is, in fact, wow, he only signed for $8 million. He was asking for like $16 million from us, wasn't he? Wallstead up there for wins in Pittsburgh. Save percentage, Knight at a 925. He had a handful of goalies over a 920. And for the rookies, Lukas Dragicevic is going to win it as a defenseman in Seattle. Unless somehow it goes to Pierre Cote in Columbus, but not often you see that. But yeah, Lukas Dragicevic is going to win it as a defender. 92 passing, 90 offensive awareness. Guy's sick. Unfortunately, that means we are due to lose control of this team, which I do not like, especially when we have some crucial negotiations for these RFAs. Oh, no. Oh, this could get real bad real fast. That could get real bad real fast. I don't know if it will, though, but we'll see. We'll see. But, all right, let's see what time is it. Almost 5. That's probably a good time. It's probably a good time to step away, at least for now. But because we fell short of our goal, it does mean that we will be back on this tomorrow. I got to still give it the old college try, given that it was a series that was paid for. So we will be back on this tomorrow. If we win the cup as soon as like next year or whatever, like I said, we'll figure out what we want to play on any given night. Take it day by day and see what happens. But for now, my sweet, beautiful people, I will bid you adieu. If you are on the YouTube side, hey, like and subscribe. There's YouTube channel memberships if you really like my face. I appreciate it. In advance, even if you don't. Just kidding. I hate you. Twitch, follow if you're not. What's the matter with you? Prime subs, normal subs. I don't know. Do what you want to do. But there's options. And for the rest of you, whoever the hell that leaves, take care of yourselves. Brush your damn teeth. It's important. And never forget, I looked at my desk and I'm like, ah, yes, motivation. Wear deodorant, you smelly fucks. Especially if you go to sporting events, concerts, or wrestling shows. Everybody around you will thank you. Good night.